Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this MaaS4EU final event. We will wait another 2-3 minutes in order for people to come and join the session. Thank you.
Let's wait again a couple of minutes in order to wait the project officer, if you're okay.
So hello, everybody. We are now with almost 50 people in the session. It is 2:05. So let's start with the session. I would like to pass first the floor to Mr. Tito Stefanelli to present the housekeeping rules that all have to attend to. Tito, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Let me put the right one. Let me check. As usually, we have some problem. Okay, very quickly, some housekeeping rules for this webinar. Okay, this session is going to be recorded. Please keep your microphone muted when not speaking. This is especially for the people that are not presenting. For the attendees, use the question and answer chat box to write question, and if you want to join the conversation, please raise your hand. This is an overview of the control panel. The white arrow on the red box is to maximize and minimize the control panel. Sorry, okay. You are muted, and this is the red mic. Please control your mute. This is the icon for raising your hand. And if you have some problems with the audio, please check the audio. You can use the computer audio, or if you are not able to use it, you can use the phone call with the instruction that are presented if you click on this icon. And then, as I said before, this is the question chat if you want to raise some question to the presenter. That's all, very briefly. Thank you, and enjoy your webinar.
Thank you very much,
Babis,
Tito.
the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tito. So we would like to start with posing our first question in order to know our audience of this webinar better, of this final event better. So please answer to the question that will appear to at your PC now. So could you please indicate the stakeholder category you represent? You can select one of the following answers: public transport operator, transport service provider, mobility or MaaS operator, data provider or IT/ITS developer and mobility provider, city, local or regional national policy and government, and finally, consultant and researcher. I have only one category to choose, so please do so now.
Let's wait some seconds. 80% has voted. Please, I will wait a couple. Okay, I will close. 80% voted. At 20% is not going to vote. I will close the pool, and here you can see the result.
So we can see that the most prominent category is consultant researcher, followed by city, local, or regional national policy and government, and the rest three answers have all the same percentage of 6%. So we can see that today's audience is more in the research and consultancy field. So that's good in order to keep that in mind for the following presentations. So now it is time to start with our presentations, and according to the agenda, it's now the time to have the welcome speech from our project officer, Ms. Claudia Chuka, who is also the project officer of the other three MaaS4EU MaaS projects were funded by the European Commission. Claudia, the floor is yours. Tito, can you put Claudia as a speaker? Or there might be some technical issue that prevents us from doing so for the moment. So Claudia just joined the session. So Claudia is here. I would like to pass the floor to Claudia, Ms. Claudia Chuka. So Tito, can you? So Claudia, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Thank you very much, Claudia. Yeah. Now
Perfect.
we can hear you, yes.
And can you also see me?
For
no.
the moment,
Yes, no.
Let me.
No. Yes, no. I apologize. I tried with so many devices to connect, but I don't know what happened. I hope that you can hear me well. Can you still hear me?
We can hear
Yes, we can hear
very
you
well, but we can't see you.
Unfortunately, I don't know which device to use now for video connection, so just not to waste too much time on my IT issues. Just to because I have two screens, one phone, one tablet connected to this meeting, so I don't want to keep you long. Maybe I will have the possibility to connect video later on when I will have a question or something like this. Hello everyone. My name is Claudia Chuka. I'm the project officer for my MaaS4EU project, and also as Kostas just told you earlier, of also two additional projects that were funded under the same call in 2016. MaaS4EU is one of the successful projects and also very appreciated by myself and also by my colleagues at DG Move and DG RTD that were familiarized with the project results. I'm really happy to be able to attend this event, okay, with some technical issues, but I hope that from your side everything will run smoothly. I don't have much time, so that's why I don't want to keep you long. I just want to inform you that I am very happy, as I said, with the project results, and that we are looking forward the European Commission to receive the final findings of the project so that we can look and then focus for the next framework program that we are still commenting and making amendments on. And I can tell you for a fact that we will have at least one call that will focus on mobility as a service. So this is a very good news for all the projects that would like to continue not only the research activities, but also to innovate in the mobility as a service area. I wish you good luck today, and sorry for not being able to show my face, to put the face to the voice, but I promise to give you this opportunity maybe later on during the event. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you for being able to present these things yourself. And we can have now the first presentation, which is the overview. One moment. I will have to share my screen. Tito, can you share, make me a presenter? Yes, okay. So my screen. So now we would like to pass the floor to Ms. Vivian Cusi and also to Ms. Maria Mariani for the MaaS4EU overview. Vivian, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being on board. It's happy to share all the outputs of our project. I'm happy to represent a very multidisciplinary consortium that joined this particular research topic of the interest of MaaS. Why MaaS? We're together to discuss MaaS and research on MaaS because this was the integration of various forms of transport services. We were interested to see how things could work perfectly right for a user like me, a mobile user. What does it mean to make your life easier when you're traveling every week, every day? So for the user, MaaS can offer added value through the use of a single application to provide access to mobility with a single payment channel instead of multiple ticketing and payment operations. So for the user, the MaaS could be the best value proposition. And why is that? Because it's helping everyone to meet our mobility needs and solve the inconvenient parts of an individual journey. Having to switch between different modes, having to buy different types of tickets, losing your ticket, missing your train, don't know what to get to the next line of your life. So not only that, we're here because of business curiosity, and I represent the company because MaaS is a service which brings new business models and new ways to organize and operate various transport options. As you can see, we're kind of multidisciplinary, as I said, having research bodies on board, public administrations, operators, universities. Of course, from the beginning of the project, we were on the challenges side, meaning that we had to experience also issues and challenges that had to do beyond the technical part of implementing an application to serve this particular project. We had to see where were the difficulty side from the legislation, difficulty side from the workforce allocation. So for this manner also we had an internal change also at the consortium. So we started also with MaaS Global, and then we had a different type of operator on board to satisfy the needs of the Budapest pilot. Next slide, please, Babis. Because MaaS is so great and so big, it had to be tackled from different points of view. So in order to be as broad as possible and encapsulate all the different ideas and challenges on board to put as a leverage for the next step of MaaS, we were working on 4 different pillars. So we wanted to see what's happening on the business side, meaning what are the new business models and ways to organize and operate, let's say, the various transport options? What are the advantages for transport operators? What are the advantages for the user? As I said, we put the user at the forefront because we want to design an ease of use for their trips. What are the alternatives there? What happens when we want to persuade them to reduce the car usership? All these, let's say, issues were on our head when we decided to do this type of approach. We don't forget the technology of data because it's very innovative. So we need to get the leverage to be ready for such technology and for such level of integration. And of course, last but not least is the policy. Why? Because every new framework ensures that we have the authorities on board and the right ground to step on top and ensure this type of collaboration, because the number one here is collaboration. And it's probably the first time we can see the public and the private sector sitting on one table discussing how to get there. This is what is required to implement the MaaS framework. Next slide. Maria can give us a thorough explanation on where we were before MaaS and what MaaS actually is giving to the user as an opportunity. Maria. Can we hear Maria?
As Vivian mentioned in the beginning, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the definition we used in the MaaS4EU project for the MaaS concept was the one presented in a paper in 2016, the Kamarian and Matias paper about the MaaS ecosystem. So we started from the current reality that people, citizens in an area, a city or a metropolitan area, they have a variety of transport mode options that they have to choose in order to conduct their trips. And these transport modes usually have different ticketing, payment methods, different apps. So a confusion is created to the user regarding which transport modes to use. And usually they find just one or two modes that stick to them. And although there may be other transport modes that are more convenient for them, they don't know about them. So with this starting point in mind, we started developing the MaaS concept as a concept that integrates all the transport modes or most of the transport modes that are available in a city or in an area, and provides this to the end users through a single interface. And the integration is in terms of planning, booking, ticketing, and payment. So the users, they just use one app and they can find all the information for the available services in the city. And this concept can work not only on a city level, but also on an intercity or a cross-border level. So from traveling to one city to the other, or from one country to the other, they may be able to use just one app to find the transport modes, book them, and pay for them. So this was the starting MaaS concept that we use in MaaS4EU. And we identified that in order to examine the feasibility, the challenges, the opportunities for this concept, we need to have 4 pillars. And that's why we also have the number 4 in the MaaS in our acronym. So it is also for EU, but it is also the 4 pillars that are the main driving forces for MaaS4EU. Next slide. So having these 4 pillars in mind, we designed the architecture, the conceptual architecture of MaaS4EU. That consists of the business pillar, where we have the mobility service providers who are critical to the MaaS concept because they provide the mobility services, the data that is needed in order this service to become real and be offered to the users. We have within this pillar the MaaS business models, where we have to identify what is the value proposition for all the actors that are involved in the MaaS ecosystem, the financing structures, the communication channels, the legal requirements, the technology requirements, the partnerships that are needed for the MaaS concept, and whatever is related to the business aspect of MaaS. Then the second pillar focuses on the end users. MaaS is a user-centric service, and a lot of emphasis is put on the users. What are their needs? What are their preferences for MaaS products? What is their usage patterns once they have MaaS? And as such, within MaaS4EU, we designed several market researches to explore the end users' requirements, to design the MaaS4EU platform and the MaaS4EU app, to estimate demand models and estimate also willingness to pay in order to understand how willing are people to pay for using such services. And we also investigated policy aspects like passenger rights. Then our next pillar focuses on technology, where there was a need back in 2016-17 when we were writing the proposal about platforms, that technology that can integrate all the mobility services available in certain areas and provide these to users through one single point of access. And as such, we came up with building the MaaS4EU platform, that it is an open platform where mobility service providers or MaaS operators can plug in their APIs and build their own solution. This platform is open. It offers several dashboards for MaaS operators, for mobility service providers, even for policymakers and authorities to control and see several statistics about demand and usage for this for the services that are offered through MaaS. And then we have the policy framework that circles all these pillars, because certain policy frameworks, certain policies are needed in order to enable the concept of MaaS. And in order to test our developments and our assumptions, we had three areas. We had the Greater Manchester area in the UK, the Luxembourg area, and Budapest, where we tested several solutions, as we are going to see below. Within these cities, we worked with the Living Club approach. In each city, we involved citizens, decision makers, industry, the public authorities, of course, in order to try, and of course citizens, in order to try to quantify our assumptions and provide insights for future development and recommendations. So this was the conceptual framework of MaaS4EU, an extensive architecture that covers all the main requirements of MaaS.
Maria, thank you for explaining very well the complexity of the project and the different parties involved and in what way. Let me take you back on the strive of the pilots. So here, geographically, the participating parties are Greater Manchester, the Greater Luxembourg area, although we have tested also cross-border possibilities between Luxembourg and Germany as well, and Budapest. So, and these are in green, if you can see in the map, and the rest of the colors show the representation of additional supporting or horizontal parties on board. Next slide, please. So you can see that in the different areas that we have tested MaaS, we had a different approach, as I mentioned. So in the Greater Manchester, the approach was to look on the urban and intercity trips more, and B2C and B2B products, as well as what's happening in terms of surveys for the side of the locals and the tourists. And there, TFGM is the MaaS operator. In the Greater Luxembourg area, we looked also, as I mentioned, in cross-border options and urban trips, and we looked at B2C and B2B products. The main users we centered on this particular location are the locals, and SLA provider is the MaaS operator. In Budapest, we looked on urban and cross-border trips, B2C products. The focus was on locals as well as tourists, and MaaS Global was the initial operator and now is replaced by Toll. Next slide. So what were the main objectives of the project when we started? Then it was to design the prototype of the different MaaS business model for a mass enterprise involving different types of actors within the EU and the single market. To achieve that, we had to put different stakeholders, as I mentioned, on the table. So they had to open up their papers and seriously discuss, is it mass something interesting for us? Does it worth it? What's it for me? So one of the main objectives was to bring them on the discussion table in a participatory approach. As you will see later on, they were on board on several occasions of the project and work with them and different, let's say, aspects of the stakeholder audiences, public and private, mobility service providers, as well as the authorities. So we tried to include them from step one. Main focus was to explore the needs and the preferences and the demand and acceptance of various end user groups, and also to register the challenges side. And this was very interesting and elicited during tete-a-tete discussions from the workshops, focus groups, and the interviews. At the end, the main target was to design and develop the open MaaS platform that we utilize for the pilots. Next slide. Also, the strive, as I said at the beginning, when we all became a partnership, was to support the travelers on selecting the mobility plans that best suit their needs. We put ourselves at the forefront as mobile users, and we try to see on options which are user-friendly and more welcomed on several occasions, on the technical side, also on the money side, and on the easiness side. And another, let's say, an urgent scope was for us to propose the MaaS policy framework in order to be able to demonstrate and validate if the framework is efficient enough and how holistic the solution of MaaS could be in a real life, let's say, environment. In order to achieve that, we utilize several activities and tools. And to scale up, we wanted to, let's say, bring the opportunity of many people to express what they feel on MaaS, and we try to register it in the best way possible and disseminate it and share with the active providers interested on MaaS now in the market. Next slide, please. So as you've seen, the project has already, apart from the side of discussing and bringing, let's say, the parties on board, a methodology of testing the open platform, I said earlier on. So the participation on FSPs and then APIs acquisition was one of the steps, the development of the platform, that is able to provide the services we were envisaging to provide, and also a recruitment of the users to be able to quantify the impact was a very important step. Considering also the COVID situation, the preliminary, let's say, scope of quantifying the impact extended also to the qualifying the impact. So COVID, as you can understand, gave us a bit of strain in terms of the fact that there was a travel ban on a certain occasions in time. And here you can see also the different time plans of the phase 1 and phase 2 of the project. Now we're running the phase 3. It's still not, let's say, all the bans are not really changed. People are still in difficulty to travel, but they can still tell you about MaaS. So the consortium has added an additional perspective to this particular research and sat down on the discussion table. So nourished, let's say, the research pathway with also in-depth interviews. So apart from quantified information we got from the pilot runs, we also have qualitative information to share in the coming papers to be released. Next slide, please. Some of the key achievements and outcomes, and we will go step by step so you can see information on those, are the fact that we have very important actors on board that have monthly living labs. It's the MaaS business model specification, the fact that we did a participatory approach on focus groups to derive the user requirements procedure. We did in-depth interviews to register the challenges at pilot and at EU level. The study and market research conducted, the MaaS4EU platform implemented an app, as well as the testing. We followed the whole circle of testing and amelioration of the services, and the suggestions of policy recommendations that you will see later on within the webinar. So, Babis?
So thank you very much, Vivian. I would like to pass the floor to Maria. Maria, you have the floor again.
And as we mentioned before, in our consortium composition and also in the critical steps of MaaS4EU, our consortium consisted of research organizations, of technology companies, and just actors who are the MaaS operators. Deliberately in our consortium, we didn't have any mobility service providers because we wanted to test in the real life process of establishing a MaaS in a city. Because one of the critical steps in MaaS is to acquire mobility service providers. If the mobility service providers were partners of our consortium, then it would be very easy to have them on board and move on. However, we didn't have mobility service providers, we just had the MaaS operators in order to mimic the reality. How interested are MSPs to participate in MaaS platforms? What are their challenges? What opportunities they see? So we followed the whole path from a MaaS operator that goes out and tries to build the technology, tries to build the business model, tries to find mobility service providers, and of course tries to find end users. This caused some time delays to our consortium, but the findings that we have are incredible, and the following presentations are going to present these findings from all this process, from the beginning, recruiting the mobility service providers, building the platform, till to the end, providing this to the end users. Thank you, Barbara.
So thank you. So this concludes the first session, which was the intro session. Now, concerning the agenda, we move on with the platform and technology, where you are going to be able to see what we developed as a project. And I pass the floor to Mr. Panos Georgakis from the University of Wolverhampton. Pano, you have the floor to present and also to show. Pano, the floor is yours.
Okay. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Perfect.
So hello everyone, my name is Panos Georgakis. I'm from the University of Wolverhampton in the UK, and my presentation is about all the technological developments that took place during the MaaS4EU project. So I will be presenting the overall integrated technology platform initially, just to give you some idea about the different components that we had to sort of integrate as part of our solution. And then I'll go into a bit more details for some of those components, the API of APIs, the journey planner, and the supply demand optimizer, and also different recommendation services that we implemented as part of the project. And as the last part of my presentation will be a demonstration of the application that we developed, and it is the application that the users of the pilots were actually using on a daily basis. So if I begin with the integrated technology platform, so now early on, as Maria mentioned, we had to collect the requirements on how the technological solution or a technological solution for MaaS should actually look like. And we went through a couple of rounds of collecting user requirements and developing use cases. And we came up with a platform that integrates different components that can actually facilitate all the different services required for a MaaS scheme. So the main components in terms of some logic and some individual services were the journey planner, of course, to generate different trip options, taking into account all the different mobility services and different modes involved in MaaS. We also had a supply demand optimizer that was actually looking at the supply and the demand in real time in order to optimize, if you like, some of the route options. We had different types of recommendation services for recommending plans to the users, but also for recommending routes to the users. And all those were actually also had booking and ticketing for the services. So a lot of services that we had in the pilots, like car sharing or taxi, were actually had to book those in real time if those were part of a journey. And all those were actually integrated into our platform and were actually displayed to the users through the mobile application that we developed as part of the project. So in terms of the interfacing, the internal interfacing of the platform, because we had many different components, we decided to go with a publish, subscribe, if you like, technology, and we used RabbitMQ to develop those interfaces. So we had just very briefly, the way the system worked was that if a component wanted to initiate a process, it was actually publishing a specific message to a topic, and all other components interested in that topic were listening to the messages and they were actually carrying out some processing. So for example, if a user was actually initiating a route request, the mobile application was sending a message to a topic that the journey planner was listening to, and that was actually initiating the process. So this approach allows to have quite a bit of flexibility on the integration of the different components, and we could easily expand the platform as it was developed. So one of the key aspects of the platform, and I think Maria and Vivian also alluded to that during their presentations, was how to integrate the APIs that were coming or were actually developed by different providers. And for that purpose, we sort of developed an API of APIs, which was an integrator, if you like, of many different APIs that we managed to get access to during the project. So the way we had many different APIs coming from public transport providers, car sharing, bike sharing, taxi, and we had to find a way to actually integrate that and harmonize all that information so then it can actually be used by the platform. So and that was the responsibility of the API of API. So there's two main components or two main activities as part of the API of APIs. The first one was the common information model. So early on in the project, we looked at different standards when it comes to public transport services, European standards, standards like GTFS. We also look at any kind of work related to mobility as a service, data models, the work of MaaS Alliance and other stakeholders, and we actually came up with a common information model, which was a sort of an ontology and data ontology to represent all the information that was to be used by the platform. And then based on that, we developed a number of sort of adapters to transform legacy data, as those were coming from the different providers, into the common information model. So all the information that was coming into the platform was actually harmonized and it could be understood by all the different components. So this was one area of work that we facilitated as part of the project, and to be able to integrate all the different sort of data providers into our platform. The next component I'm going to be talking about is the journey planner, and together with the supply demand optimizer, because those were actually developed very, very close to each other. And the idea was to, provide the necessary functionality to the users to be able to plan for trips. Oops. Okay. Some notification. So so in terms of the dynamic journey planner, we came up with a process that involved the utilization of the existing APIs. So we use some of the existing systems like the Google Directions API, the Here API, the Bing API, and so on and so forth. And we actually integrate that information to create unimodal routes. And then we came up with a process that would actually use those unimodal routes, populate those with data that were coming from the different service providers, and based on some scenarios, which I will be explaining a bit more later, we actually generate the multimodal routes necessary for the mobility as a service applications. And at the same time, we use this supply and demand optimization concept to integrate real-time information. So we try to get information about the status of the public transport services. So for example, if there's a disruption of a particular service, then we should actually try to include that into the journey planning. Also things that have to do maybe with areas of the network that were not very well, if you like, serviced by some of the mobility services. So we try to identify that information and try to use that information as part of the journey planning. So in terms of the journey planning approach, so we started, as I said before, with actually getting unimodal routes from external providers. And then there was a sort of a process that we had to go through to use those as the basis to generate multimodal routes. And I'm not going to go into a lot of details about all those different steps, but the idea was to collect data in real time as we're actually generating the route. So, for example, the car sharing service that we had as part of the pilot was a free floating service. So the vehicles could actually change positions every second. So so that kind of information had to be included into the route generation process. So the idea was to collect the data from the different MSPs after a request was made, and then to run a number of scenarios to try to generate routes that were actually composed of different modes. So we had a list of scenarios based on the use cases that we developed, where different modes and different services were combined in a specific way. So for example, one of the examples I have in this presentation is a route that commences with public transport, and then the user changes into bike sharing. So maybe this is a sort of a use case that allows users to access the city with a public transport service, and once they're actually in the city center, maybe they can use bike sharing to reach the destination. So integrate some more of active traveling as part of the journey. So the way our approach is actually working, the first step was to identify the different locations within the area of interest. So in this case, the bus stops and the bike stations, then try to calculate the distances between every bus stop and the closest bike station. Of course, any long walking distances were actually discarded. Then the next step of this particular scenario was the calculation of the distances between all the bike sharing stations, so we can see which again are within some sort of limits based also on the user preferences. And based on that, we actually came up with a limited number of potential routes, which were further ranked, and a limited list of about 6 or 7 routes were actually presented to the user. And we had different scenarios to actually integrate different modes of transport. The actual journey planner was implemented using a microservices architecture. So all the different functionality of the journey planner was actually split into different individual services, and each service had a particular functionality. This approach allows us to be able to deploy the solution in a very sort of flexible way. So any new service could be easily integrated. If there was a dedicated, let's say, journey planning API for a particular mode, that could actually be easily integrated into our platform. We could actually generate also new scenarios very easily. So one of the requirements that came early on in the project was that, especially for the Budapest pilot, was to allow users to be redirected through a ticket vending location before they enter a public transport vehicle. So again, that was a requirement that sort of created the need to generate a scenario that could actually accommodate this functionality. And again, all that was done over the duration of the project to allow easy customization and expandability of our platform. In terms of the supply-demand optimizer, we try a number of different sort of things. We first of all try to integrate information related to incidents and accidents. Again, this was to have some sort of a real-time information as part of the journey planning. We also integrate information about different public transport services based on, again, real time. If there's any disruption on services like tram and trains, those were actually taken into account. We actually try to integrate social media to get the sort of sentiment, do some sentiment analysis for the users just before they started a particular trip. And we use, again, different approaches for that, text-based information from services like Twitter and Facebook, but also we used pictures to try to get the sentiment for a particular user, especially if it was a picture that was actually recently uploaded in one of those social platforms. Okay, so the next few slides will focus on the recommendation services. In terms of the recommendation services, there are two main sort of components. The first one was to do with recommendations of plans for the users, and the second one was to do the recommendations of routes. And again, those were developed based on the user requirements and a number of use cases that we generated at the beginning of the project. Both those recommendation services were using information from service operators, mobility service operators, in terms of the type of the service, prices, quantities, etc. A major part was the preferences of the user. At the beginning, and I'm going to demonstrate that later, at the beginning of the process of actually a user using an application, they had to register and answer a number of questions so we can actually build the user profile. And also in terms of the context observations and how a user is actually taking was actually using the different services during the use of the app. So we had some travel patterns that emerged over a period of time, and those were actually taken into account as part of the recommendation services. In terms of the plans recommender, that particular component had, let's say, dual functionality. The first one was a recommendation for the MaaS operator and the city in general. So the idea here was to look at the different city characteristics and try to come up with different packages that actually fit those characteristics. Things included, the demographics of a city, the different preferences of the users in the city, things that had to do with the infrastructure in terms of safety, the composition of the network, and different attributes like that. We also developed a dashboard where different stakeholders and users of the platform could actually go and design different plans. And again, for each plan, there was different sort of attributes, and you're going to see some of those plans later on when I'm actually demonstrating the application. The second part of the plans recommender was the user-facing plan, and the idea here was to offer plans that match the user profile and preferences. Again, this was done based on the user profile that was actually generated early on in the user engagement process, and that was dynamic, and it was actually dynamically updated by collecting information related to travel patterns. And the idea here, the underlying principle here was really to match the user profile with the different plans, and this matching resulted into a similarity, if you like, value that was actually used to score the different alternative plans and then propose the most suitable plans for each individual user. And the last part of the route recommendation service was the one related to the to the routes, and that was this particular component was looking at different utilities based on the user profile, the subscription that each user had in terms of the MaaS plan, environmental indicators, any let's say mode promotion, if you like, initiatives that the city may have. So, for example, a city may be quite interested in promoting a particular mode of transport, and that was actually taken into account as well. So all these sort of different utilities were actually integrated together to provide the ranking solution for the routes. And now for the mobile application again. The mobile application was one of the key components of our platform, our solution. It was an application that was running on iOS and also Android devices, and it was the user-facing, if you like, component of our platform. And I've got a video just to show you how, as a demo, for demonstrating the application. And so the first thing that the users has to do as part of the application is to actually create a profile, and it was a very simple registration process with just a name, email, and a password. Then we had to ask the users to select the language and also what was the location. So the locations were aligned to the locations of the MaaS4EU pilots, and of course we had sort of the usual terms and conditions kind of form to make sure that the users gave actually consent to participate in the pilots. Following that, the users were able to actually log into the application, and the first thing that they had to do, as I mentioned earlier, was actually to fill in a questionnaire. And the questionnaire had quite a few different groups of questions. There were questions related to demographics, there were questions related to their existing travel behaviors, there were questions about the willingness of the users maybe to use some new services that they haven't actually used in the past, and also due to the current COVID situation, as part of the pilots that took place in the last 2 months, we actually included a number of questions that try to assess the impact that COVID had on the travel behaviors of the different users. So this was a sort of an add-on that came later in the project, again during the COVID situation. So once the users were completing all the different questions, the next step was to actually generate the profile, and there was another screen with very few questions that, if you like, enhance the user profile with information about MaaS plans. We had different plans, daily, weekly, and monthly, so we had to understand which one the user may prefer, and also some, again, willingness to use different modes of transport. And following that, the different types of plans were actually presented to the user. So I think Ioana will be showing you the business model aspect, but for each pilot, there are hundreds, I believe, of different plans that the users could select from. So the plan, MaaS plan recommender, was actually responsible to use those plans and come up with a finite list of plans that the users could actually see. We gave different names to the plans, so the users can have some information about what the plan includes. And again, based on the different services that were available, the quotas for each service could be different. So for example, the taxi was cost related, for car sharing was time related, and so on and so forth. So once the user selected the plan, the more information about the plan and what each service involves, because again, different service providers had maybe a different sort of specifications for the service. So that information was actually given and provided to the user, and then the users were actually redirected into a payment sort of interface. Now, again, depending on the services that the users selected as part of the plans, maybe some additional information could be required. So, for example, Gringo was the car sharing provider for the Budapest pilot, and in order to be able to use that service, the user should have a profile and an account with Gringo. So through our app, we actually interfaced with Gringo to be able to check that that particular user had an account with Gringo, and also for verification purposes to actually we're asking the user to enter the driving license, which is then compared to the one in the Gringo database. So these are the kind of interfacing challenges that we had to face and provide solutions for during the project. Now, because I didn't participate, let's say, in the Budapest pilot, and I don't have a Gringo account, you know, I couldn't move on from this. So the next stage of the payment using that plan. So I went back, changed my plan, and again, we had to put the billing information, and for the Budapest, again, depending on the pilot city, we use different payment options. So Budapest, we found out early in the project that Simple Pay is a very popular system used in Budapest. So we actually created the interfaces, the payment interfaces to integrate Simple Pay, and the user is redirected to the Simple Pay website to enter the information and pay for the package. And of course, once that process was completed, the next sort of functionality of the application was to actually generate routes. Again, it was an interface, quite self-explanatory interface, where the user had to enter an origin and destination, and based on the process I presented earlier, different routes were actually generated by the system. So this particular one uses car sharing, bike sharing at the beginning of the route, and then public transport for the last part of the route. Again, the routes that are being generated had to sort of match the user profile, and also depending on the different services in a route, we had to create interfaces with the mobility service provider. So in this case, a taxi is required. So there was an interface with the taxi company, or the platform, if you like, used by the taxi company to actually to facilitate the ordering of the taxi. So the user could actually click on that and make a booking for the taxi. This is just another example of a different route. Again, the routes that were being presented to the users depended on the time of the day, the availability of the different services, and so on and so forth, and also the ranking that was taking place. Now, if you notice, the last couple of responses I received, they don't actually involve anything that requires, let's say, driving. So there's no car sharing or any private car sort of modes as part of the routes, and that's because when I was filling the profile earlier on, I entered as one of my sort of answers in the questionnaire that I do not have a driving license. So again, that was taken as part of the route generation process. So in this, as part of the application, the user could actually go back and change their profiles. So what I'm doing here, trying to go now and let the application know that I have a driving license. And if I try now the same routing requests as I did earlier, some of the options I'm going to receive now will have this element of driving. So this is the first one. So we can see now the second option, it actually has a car sharing segment. So again, the way that we developed the journey planner was to take into account, changes in the profile that may occur. And of course, there is quite a bit more functionality behind the scenes that is not very easily observed at the moment. So for example, if a user was actually running out of, let's say, credits for a particular service, that was actually again taken into account as part of the route generation process through the route recommender. Again, this is an example where a car sharing route was available for the user. And one of the last sort of functionalities I would like to present was the user evaluation aspects that we integrated in the app. So we gave the opportunity to the users to actually rank or give some star rating for the route ranking functionalities, and also the users had the option to rank individual routes as well. So there's another star rating there you can see now where users could actually rank individual routes. There was also a notification service that we implemented as part of the platform, and that notification service was presenting messages to the users at different times to get some user feedback in terms of the MaaS4EU planner recommender, journey planner, and also the route recommender. So again, this was a very quick, if you like, a demonstration of the mobile application. Given the time restrictions, so it wasn't very easy to present the full functionality. But again, this application is available at the stores at the moment, app stores, so anyone can actually download and use it. Okay, and that concludes my presentation in terms of the technology platform for the MaaS4EU project. So Babis, I can pass the microphone back to you.
Thank you very much, panel. It was an interesting presentation, and we're just on time to move on to the next session, which is about the brief intro of the pilots, which will be presented by our colleague, Mr. Jakub Muscat. Kuba, you have the floor.
Okay, perfect. Just need to be able to share my screen, I think.
Yes, you are now able to share your screen.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm Kuba Muscat. I'm from UCL, one of the research organizations involved in the MaaS4EU project. And I'm going to provide you with a brief introduction to the pilots that we ran before passing you on to the 3 pilot leaders that are MaaS operators in each of the areas, who will be able to provide a little bit more details regarding their implementation, as well as their experience with implementing MaaS, which I think is one of the most valuable outputs from this project. So what are our 3 pilot areas? Essentially, there are 3 test beds in which we're able to test the technological solutions that Panos outlined just previously. So we brought customers and directly to the app and the business models that were developed through and presented to them within the products. And then we were able to test this to understand which policies might be more effective and see what the different opportunities for MaaS in these 3 regions was. As I mentioned, we had 3 regions: Budapest, Manchester, and Luxembourg. Each one of them with key characteristics that allowed us to test specific scenarios and use cases for MaaS. These could be differentiated by the different types of users in each of these areas, the different type of MaaS operator, and the different types of trips that users would need to make, be it from cross-border to intercity or just within city regions, region types of trips. We also extended this to look at tourist travel as well as resident, as well as business-to-business opportunities for a MaaS solution, which each of the pilots were able to go into in a little bit more detail. So we brought together the technology side that was initially developed to the business side of it in terms of developing different MaaS products and packages that were available to the end users. We then discussed these and presented them to the final users to be able to test and provide input and analysis on this. And then finally, that linked up with the different policy elements that were available so that we could then provide various recommendations on how to best enable MaaS and to best enable it for different purposes, for example, towards sustainability or some of the goals that different operators and city regions may have. Within each of the pilot areas, we started off by setting up living labs, which provided valuable inputs for each of the 4 different pillars within the project. These living labs allowed us to bring together ourselves as well as the different stakeholders within the project that we would need to involve with MaaS, be it private companies, public authorities, research organizations, or end users. With these different participants, we worked to host workshops to further gain insights into the different solutions that we were proposing initially, as well as co-create some of the different solutions and use cases that might be best suited to the specific areas we were working on. Then finally, we moved on to provide a final demonstration and different ways of data collection within each of the pilots so that we were able to test the different solutions, improve the solutions, and understand what kinds of impacts they may have, the introduction of MaaS may have. These demonstrations were split into 3 different waves. A baseline assessment initially to understand how people travel within the areas, then an initial test of the MaaS4EU solution, and a final implementation of the solution and an understanding of some of the impacts that MaaS may have on the areas. There were many challenges that came up, as mentioned in the introductory slides regarding this project, and some of this has squeezed some of the waves closer together and meant that there were some delays in the implementation of the trials. Furthermore, we faced difficulties with COVID-19, which came up at a time when we were planning to run the final trial for the project, and this limited very much what we were able to do in each of the pilot areas, which will be described by the pilot leaders more precisely, as there was a big difference in the impact between Budapest, Manchester, and Luxembourg. Through the final demonstrations and all of the different waves and living lab activities within the pilots, we were able to gain valuable insights from the travelers, app users, and operators within the living labs, and analyze some of this data, some of which will be presented towards the end of this workshop. So now I'll pass you back to Babis, who will then be able to introduce the 3 different pilot areas of Budapest, Manchester, and Luxembourg, who will describe in more detail the solutions and implementations in those 3 areas.
Thank you very much, Koba, for your presentation. I would like to remind to everybody that they can also post questions in the chat box. And I would like now to pass the floor to Mrs. Victoria Sklozy, who will present the Budapest pilot. Victoria, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, and you are now the presenter. Now we cannot hear you, Victoria. Now,
what about now?
Okay, we can hear you now. You are the presenter.
Okay, Tito, could you please have me presenting my PPT? Thank you, because I'm not sure I can share it from this screen.
Okay, let me then share it from my screen.
Thank you.
One moment. Oh, sorry for these technical difficulties, but you know this happened in a live event. So, Victoria, the presentation should be up now, and you can start your presentation.
Great. How can I? Yeah.
You will tell me the.
Okay, you will do that. Thank you very much. So first of all, let me say thank you to all our partners and everyone in the consortium, because we definitely had extraordinary and one-of-a-kind experience with this pilot. I can say that this is something which had never happened here before. and it was a great challenge and a great experience for us to see how people registering through the application were discovering this kind of new function of mobility that we never offered before. So a little bit about the area. Our main focus was on urban trips within the city, within the capital city of Budapest, because this is where we have the highest number of travelers, so users of the MaaS application. But also with ride sharing, we try to involve those interested in interurban trips. And also we wanted to give the opportunity for those traveling across the border to use the application and test the mobility service that we are offering. The scope of the project from our side was to offer an integrated platform where, in addition to the journey planner function, users could buy mobility packages according to their traveling preferences, which were set with the help of the questionnaire that Panos just showed us. For the sake of this pilot, we had one service provider from each type of mobility mode. This was mainly due to two reasons. First of all, regarding the volume of the project, for these mobility providers, we needed to offer something extra, something more, something appealing. And one of the things that we could offer them is exclusivity. So we told them that we would like to work with them in the scope of this pilot. And although we approached multiple service providers of the same mode, we experienced that typically there was one service provider who immediately showed interest, who was willing to cooperate, who helped us with the APIs. And so in order to ensure smooth and fluent procedures, we decided to stick to one service provider of each type. Please go on to the next slide. You have seen this map already in the previous presentation, but with regard to Hungary, I can show you that the participants in Hungary included BKK. They were our partners. They provide the bus, the metro, and the tram services in Hungary. We had Mobubi. They are the company responsible for operating the bike sharing service. We had City Taxi. We had Oscar, which is Motar in its English version, more than a ride. They are the #1 ride-sharing providers in Hungary. And finally, Gringo was our partner in providing car-sharing services. Please move on. I think this is the key of what we did throughout this pilot. So you can see on the left side of the slide that we had several mobility providers. Toll Service, as a MaaS operator in Hungary, provided the users with the integrated journey planner through the application. Users had the opportunity to do the booking, the ticketing, the payment, and they also had their user account where all the personal data, all the traveling preferences, the package information, and everything was saved. And what users got from this is an integrated platform through the accessed APIs, where they could plan their journey from their departure point to the destination with different functions provided to them according to their preferences. Thank you. Move on, please. So with regard to setting up the pilot in Hungary, as you know, it was originally MaaS Global who took this role, but after the Wave 1 demonstration, we joined the project. The very first task that we had to engage in was the recruitment of the MSPs. I think the greatest challenge we had to face was basically the duration of the project, of the pilot, and its volume, because this was a typical question that we received when we approached the different service providers, that why does it have to end? So why wouldn't it run for longer periods. Why couldn't we expand it on demand, but why couldn't we expand it for a longer period? Because in Hungary, this is something brand new, as I have already mentioned. And of course, it takes time to educate the people about this opportunity, to show them what are the advantages of using an integrated platform as such. And obviously, this takes time. And of course, we had other challenging factors. And so I think the MSPs wanted to push us in the direction of trying to expand the pilot duration, but this was of course not possible in that form. We also had to design the mobility packages. It was primarily done by BME based on their expertise and experiences. We also had to start PR activities. We created the Facebook profile of the Budapest pilot. We also created the testing forum, a forum for the testers, so that we could get feedback from the people using the application, and we could respond to their questions, complaints, whatever they sent us. After setting up the pilot, we launched Wave 2 in mid-February. Please move on. This is a table which shows you the level of integration and how we managed to integrate the different functions. The biggest challenges that we had to face were the following. First of all, in Hungary, at the time when we arranged for the setup of the pilot, there were no e-tickets for the public transport. It was in a preparatory phase, so it was an ongoing project, but there was no guarantee for us that by the time we launched the application, they would have the electronic version of the BKK monthly passes, daily tourist passes, whatever. So we couldn't take any risk, and because of that, we had to accept the status quo at the time, so that the only opportunity was to navigate the user to the closest vending machine, where he or she could get his BKK ticket or pass printed on a paper. Luckily, I have to say that in Hungary, most people, most tourists, and most students already have this pass. So this is something that most people who are willing to use public transport, of course, so the vast majority of people, they already have their monthly passes, and there was one function in the application where they could simply tick or indicate that they already possess a BKK pass. The other difficulty or challenge we had to, well, not address, but we had to accept, is the fact that toll service cannot validate driving licenses. So for this reason, we cannot take responsibility for the validity of the data of users. And that's why we had to go through the registration process of Gringo as well. So we had to ask the users and redirect the users to Gringo site so that they would register upload their personal data, upload their ID card, photo, and their driving license. And so it was Gringo who validated these documents, because toll service does not have any license to do so. Okay, please move on. You can see the mobility packages that we had during the second wave. We tried to give names which somehow demonstrate or somehow symbolize the content of the packages. Please move on. And you can see now that we have created some visual contents. For example, the one on the left side, these ones were used on the Facebook platform primarily, and also on the website in our presentations when we were asked to talk about this project. And on the right side, you can see a screen video. So Tito, if you could click on the play button on the right side, there is a short video about the functioning of the application in Budapest. Panos has already demonstrated its operation, but as you can see, I had a package and I have a Gringo account, so it will not stop us at that screen, but it will go on. The same route journey planning option here, where you could give your departure and your destination. And as you can see, I had plenty of opportunities to choose from. I could also see on the map where am I and where I'm trying to head to, and of course you could see the itinerary of the journey itself with the starting time and the arrival time, depending on the preferences. Of course, if I wanted to avoid cars, or if I wanted to avoid public transport or whatever, I just needed to go back to my profile to refine my answers, and then different findings were given. So these are the proposed journeys. As you can see, the taxi was also integrated. You could use the taxi through the application. It was very simple. What we had is that we used taxi codes which were provided to the package buyers, and they could use these codes to pay for the taxi, so that we could avoid any cash payments on the spot. You can see the mobility package, and this is the profile menu with all the journeys and all the profile data and everything. Please move on. Of course, we were heavily impacted by the COVID too. So although we managed to introduce the project and the application in February, and there was a huge interest in it from our audience, after a while the central communication through the government was clearly against mobility. So we could not promote mobility as a concept at the time when stay at home was the key message to the people. People were afraid of the virus and afraid of the uncertainty and the unknown. And for this reason, they tried to avoid meeting people, which obviously means avoiding the use of public transport. You could hardly see any people on the buses and the metros and tram lines, so the number of users dropped significantly. We could also see that the overall mobility was far from the previous levels. There was a tendency of preference of private cars for obvious security reasons, and so we had no other choice but to suspend Wave 2. Please move on. Back in the summer, during the suspension, we were waiting to see how the situation is changing and how we can get back to the normal track. Everyone was waiting for the vaccine, etc. But luckily in Hungary, there was no such peak as in other, for example, Mediterranean countries. And for this reason, I could say that life was getting back to almost normal or close to normal. Many people started to use public transport again. People traveled a lot, I think way more than before, because they didn't have a choice to travel abroad. So they stayed home, they stayed within the country, and they were traveling much more within the country. And you could see again people traveling and using public transport as well. So that's why we decided to launch the third wave. We had to cooperate with the other pilot areas because we wanted to launch Wave 3 within the same period to make IT support and all the other support tasks a bit easier. As for Wave 3 packages, we made some slight changes. For instance, with regard to car sharing, we introduced shorter periodic service opportunities as well. And instead of the 1 and the 3 hour usage that we were offering back in wave 2, now we introduced half an hour, 1 and 2 hours, because we saw that many people who were not using car sharing before, but they started using it because of the MaaS. They were at the beginning a bit afraid of car sharing services, and so they wanted to test it, just to go to school, just to go to work, just shorter trips, shorter journeys. And for this reason, we received some requests that it would be very useful for them if we offered half an hour service packages as well. So this is what we included. And there was another change with regard to the bike sharing prices. You need to know that during the virus, BKK introduced a very discounted price for bicycle usage. And obviously we wanted to have the same prices, not to lose our market advantage. So we negotiated with them, and they guaranteed for us that they would keep the same low prices for us during the pilot of September, regardless of the virus and all other external factors. Please move on. So during the third wave, we launched the project again in September. We had a lottery game, which was conducted by BKK, because this lottery game campaign was scheduled for the second wave, but because of COVID, they couldn't do it back at then. So we postponed it to the third wave, and we could see that thanks to the lottery game, we had 338 new users, including 18 paid packages and 33 free packages. And we had some feedback from them, so we could see that they are using it, they are testing it, they have some information about their experiences, etc. So we got much more feedback through this forum for testers that we created within our Facebook page, and most of them were technical issues or technical questions. We had some bugs to be fixed, but our IT colleagues helped us immediately. Move on, please. So lessons learned. We have seen that people were very much interested in such new services, not only because this is something new to Hungarians, but also because this way they could save a lot of time and energy, that they didn't have to fuss with 5, 6, 10 applications parallel, but they could plan their journey in one integrated platform. And so we have received this feedback that it was extremely useful for many of them. So we see that there is a fast or a rapidly increasing demand for mobility services. And also throughout the demonstration periods, we were approached by some other mobility service providers. And it was interesting that even those service providers who were not so much interested back at the time at the second wave, now they approached us and they said that if you run this again, please let us know, because we would like to get involved in it. So we could see that probably the news spread, and there were some new mobility providers who told us that they would be willing to participate the next time. And also, I think with the help of the mobility packages, we could see that who or which is the target group which is most interested. So we saw it from our from the activities on our Facebook page. We also have some experience and some conclusions regarding the users from the feedback that they gave us through this forum. So now we see more or less what age group, what kind of groups of society are most interested, and for this reason we could refine the target group a bit better. Please move on. issues to address. These issues, I think, are specific to Hungary, most of them. The very first one is the business model, which needs to be, I think, refined, and we need to set up a new business model based on our experiences, because in Hungary, what we have seen is that taxi companies work with different working schemes. Some of them employ the drivers as their employees, but in many cases, they just commission, the taxi companies just commission taxi drivers for these specific services. And so taxi drivers are basically entrepreneurs, and they provide their invoices to the taxi company. And with this second option, the problem is that by law, by regulation, there is a value limit above which they have to pay the VAT. And the problem is that usually taxi drivers manage to stay below this limit, so they don't have to pay VAT. They are exempt from this obligation. But we, as a third partner, when we resell their services, obviously there is an obligation for us to pay the VAT. For the sake of this pilot, we managed to integrate this amount in the package prices. So there was a little margin in the prices, so that we could cover some part of the VAT, of the potential VAT payment obligations that we would have. But if it was a very extensive demonstration with thousands or tens of thousands of users using taxi service, then this would definitely be an issue which needs to be considered again. The second point on this slide is mostly based on users' feedback, that whenever you plan your journey, you choose an option, you see your point of departure on the map, but you don't see when you are moving. So, for example, you see where you are, and there is a Gringo car available 2 or 3 streets away, but as you are approaching the car, it is not refreshed on the map. For obvious reasons, of course, real-time tracking would cause issues with the battery, and we wanted to avoid this because we didn't want to keep people away from testing our application for this issue. So that's why, for the sake of the pilot, I think we agreed to keep this as it is. But in the long run, I think this would be a very useful function to integrate and to find some solution for this battery issue, so that people could see real-time tracking. The policy framework is another interesting question that we had to deal with in Hungary, because in Hungarian regulations, such a legal entity as mobility operator does not exist. So there are some areas where a mobility operator is more like a service provider, but for some other aspects we are more like a travel agent. So I think there is a legal niche here. We are in between categories, and for this reason we had to be extra careful when we were drawing up our general terms and conditions, and also the data protection policy, because we needed to make sure that people get to know our terms and conditions, and how we would handle their data, what we would use it for. And so I think it was an extra task that we needed to solve, but in the long run, I think legislators would need to consider this issue as well. As I've already mentioned, we had this license validation issue, but this is partly due to the nature of toll service. So our company, if it was a different kind of company working in another sector, I think it would be easier, but for this pilot, this was an issue for us. And also the other experience that we had is that people just didn't know about what mobility as a service, as a concept means. in many countries, I think people are more aware of mobility as such. In Budapest, there are more and more projects and campaigns, so more and more people get to know about this concept. But many people, when they saw our Facebook page or they saw an article somewhere, they didn't really know what this is. And this was also a challenge for us, that for obvious reasons, we had to keep MaaS4EU Budapest pilot as the title of the Facebook page. And people just didn't know what this is. They had no idea what kind of mobility is this. It's like a moving company, or what kind of mobility we mean. And so I think in the long run, it would be useful to provide people with more and more information about what mobility is and what mobility as a service means in practice. Please move on. Issues to consider for future mobility operators. We have seen that there is a growing demand for other alternative modes of transport. More and more people are using e-scooters, e-rollers, e-bikes, etc. in Budapest as well. So I think it would definitely be useful to try and integrate their services as well. It would be also practical that since we have the technical requirements, we have the application, we have the GPS coordinates, we have the cameras and everything in the city. Some additional services or extra services could be also integrated and added to a mobility platform, such as parking or paying the tolls, buying e-vignette, or also providing people with customized mobility services. Many companies are now offering mobility packages abroad, not in Hungary, which are more like a lease plan. So it's like a personal mobility availability of different cars or scooters or rollers or whatever. And so I think more and more people are interested in receiving some customized mobility package, which is based on not general transport preferences, but on specific requirements and needs. Also, it would be useful to launch a campaign throughout the country, because we see that people living in the capital and in big cities tend to be more aware of mobility and mobility services than those living in the countryside. So obviously, it would be useful to launch an information campaign so that more people would get to know about the concept. And the final thing is that, as I mentioned, for the sake of the pilot, we decided to keep one service provider per transport mode, not only for exclusivity, but also for the smoother procedures within this pilot. But in the long run, a future mobility operator would need to consider whether exclusivity is a major pillar in the business model, or competition is something which is more useful or more inspiring for the current mobility operators. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Victoria. We will move directly to the next presentation because we're a bit late according to the schedule. So I would like to pass the floor to Sam. We're going to have some questions afterwards, after all three pilots have finished. So Sam, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sam Lee. I'm the Senior Innovation Officer at TFGM. I think just to start off, I think just echoing some of the things Victoria said, that the MaaS4EU project has been a unique opportunity to really understand how MaaS could be implemented, with specific focus on those 4 pillars as a framework to compartmentalize some of the challenges. I think MaaS is still very complex. And I think some of the challenges we've encountered, actually relate to time, on how quickly the mobility as a service market is actually changing. And through the project, kind of seeing what the impacts COVID has for other partners and the opportunities MaaS has created has been, really interesting as a whole. So I think today I'm just going to quickly take you through some of the work that we have done from a Manchester Living Lab point of view, but just to give a bit of a background to start, Greater Manchester is a region northwest of the UK, consists of 10 different districts. It has a population of 2.7 million, which is still rapidly growing at the moment. And it has a really complex kind of public transport infrastructure, ranging from our light tram system to our rail system to our kind of complex bus network, and also our cycling and walking agenda, where we're creating a cycling network as a whole, trying to make sure all of this joins together as a whole. And all of this is kind of backed up by our 2040 transport strategy at Greater Manchester to enable supporting the sustainable economic growth and improving quality of life for all, protecting the environment, and developing this innovative city region that are at the forefront of mobility innovation and kind of various other technologies as well. And this is why MaaS is so important for us to better understand and implement to facilitate some of these strategic visions that we have. So a bit of background in terms of the pilot and what we tried to understand. In Greater Manchester, there was kind of two initial key focuses on the target audience. One around what is the role of major employers, and then for those employees as a MaaS proposition. Another is around what are the real opportunities with the GM tourism sector linking to MaaS. And for us, there was also aspects of what are the different technical implications and technology requirements for the MaaS platform that we need to be aware of. I think just one to flag out that we were particularly interested is the role of the journey planner and kind of the power of the default as part of that proposition. Through the project, we had a series of engagement workshop with mobility operators at the start, and some of the common questions that we got from them was very similar to what most people would have, is what is the benefit? You know, would I be left behind if I don't get involved in mobility as a service? What is the cost of investment to transition into a MaaS solution? And am I going to lose my customer because of mobility as a service? And I think through the project, we have tried and tackle some of that with various kind of engagements with mobility operators all the way throughout. And some of the key objectives that we try to get understanding of through some of the pilots is around understanding the role of demand responsive transport, you know, to support established public transport infrastructure. I think a lot of times when we're thinking about mobility as a service, it is around kind of that final mile challenge. How do we make sure that is satisfied? And we're starting to see more and more different mobility innovation solutions that specifically target that area. So, you know, the rise of Uber on demand, the rise of DRT provisions, and now with more active travel provisions like e-bikes and electric scooters, what are the real opportunities with that? For us, there was a critical piece about understanding our role within the MaaS ecosystem as a MaaS operator, specifically for this project. You know, how can we actually operate as a MaaS operator legally, or do we need to operate as much more of a facilitator all the way through? And then I think the final thing is the most critical thing is, and it's still the one thing that we haven't fully solved, I don't feel, is what is the commercial sustainable model for MaaS and the platform itself, and how do we make sure that is a fair platform that allows new mobility provisions to be incorporated as they develop. So for Manchester in the Wave 2 trial during March 2020, what we tried to do was target specifically an area around Manchester called Media City, which is home to majority of UK's major broadcasters, such as the British BBC, and also a number of high-tech companies as a whole. And the target audience was very much around these people that currently drive to this site, that parks there for the whole day. You know, this really well-connected public transport hub that was linked by bus, tram, and various other modes. But some of the challenge we had when we were engaging as part of this initial pilot was the fact that a lot of the mobility operators just wasn't necessarily that engaged, and they don't necessarily have some of the solutions ready for it. So in some of the key challenges, I think one thing that will scale our European partners, that in Manchester we have a deregulated bus market. So in Greater Manchester region, we actually have 17 currently different bus operators operating in this sort of area, and trying to just get that piece integrated that was particularly challenging as a whole. Another key challenge was around kind of the technical barriers around integrated ticketing. I think a lot of these traditional operators have not invested very heavily in terms of future technologies and future innovation and that future ticketing perspective due to the low margin that they currently have with public transport. So that became a major barrier in terms of incorporating this into the MaaS4EU platform and making sure that that seamless customer experience is being provided. And then I think the other challenge is identifying kind of those major businesses that are the MaaS operators and how some of this could link into their corporate social responsibility objectives as the increased awareness of decarbonization and environmental issues as a whole, and how that could be a way for them to save money, because some of the big businesses we were engaging with that was within Media City's footprint pays a substantial amount of money for multi-story car parking and also company cars and various other propositions as part of the employee benefits. And one of the kind of final difficulties when we initially set up the MaaS proposition, and kind of Victoria touched on this already, is how we educate the participant on what MaaS is. I think that sometimes we struggle in the transport industry to have a consensus on what MaaS is. And I think we've still got a long way to go to really redefine MaaS and start marketing it as something potentially different to the customer as a whole. So for the trial, we did start it in March 2020. What we did was we utilized our existing smart car proposition that we have in Greater Manchester that provided access to participants on both tram and all our buses, all 17 operators. And in addition to that, as I mentioned, we were really keen on trying to understand that on-demand perspective to provide an Uber journey for either the first and final mile. Now, as Panos talked about a little bit in terms of the journey plan, that there was a number of flexibilities within that solution in order to tailor and actually start tweaking what the maximum journey those could be so that they don't cannibalize some of the rapid transit and kind of sustainable public transport provision, and making sure that it's just a final mile provision, making sure that people are connected from their home to transport interchanges or from a transport interchange to their final destination as a whole. And at the same time, the user had the app. So we had kind of the best of both worlds in terms of accessibility through the smart card provision, so that people don't necessarily need to carry money. There was limited amount of integration required from a digital payment perspective as a whole. On the Uber side, there was a direct integration from the app into the Uber platform. So this user experience was really clean as a whole. And the trial launched for the first 2 weeks, and we were starting to get some good results in terms of users engaging with the service and traveling by that means. But as we all know, COVID had a major impact on the trial itself, similar to the Budapest trial. And it caused a major kind of challenge because the messaging from a central government perspective was, a full national lockdown where everybody needs to stay at home for both school, work and hospitality. That only key workers were required to go to work, such as, your health service providers. So we're still looking at whether or not there was a MaaS provision that we can provide health service providers. And I think worst of all, in some ways, is our ministers, one of our transport ministers, actually stated that it was a civic duty to avoid public transport when the restrictions started to lift. So we started to see a sort of behavior that we don't necessarily want as a whole. And these are kind of some of the stats we had in terms of patronage for our Metrolink and our commercial buses offering in terms of the substantial dive in terms of the demand as a whole. And it puts a major financial constraint in terms of how do we make that financially viable in the future? How do we start rebuilding those financial models that we traditionally have as a whole? What data do we start needing to collect, as part of that proposition? On the bottom left, I've just kind of picked up an article from the Financial Times, engaging with local stakeholders such as Auto Trader, which focuses on second-hand vehicle sales. We've seen a substantial increase actually in sales of second-hand cars and people moving away from this public transport provision. What are the impacts then associated with a MaaS offering moving forward if we really wanted to recover and kind of tackle some of the green agendas as a whole. And in itself, actually, the COVID crisis has highlighted some quite unique opportunities as well. On the right, as Victoria talked about, there is a major challenge around consumer confidence. You know, to be willing to use public transport again, to be willing to share that mode and not buying their own second-hand car, so that they get that level of security as a whole. And we're starting to see some transition of that into kind of demand for active travel modes, you know, whether or not it's personalized cycling. And in Manchester, with recent launch of our e-scooter schemes, you know, what are the proposition with those offerings that really filled the gap as time goes by? And that's where the really interesting bit with MaaS kind of subsides, where you can incorporate future modes subside quite easily. It's just how you build those financial models to go with it. So due to the challenges associated with all of this, we've been looking at what we can do for wave 3. As you can imagine, with the various government guidance, it was very difficult for us to kind of push forward and run a real trial to make sure our participants were safe as well. So we conducted a series of virtual trials with 50 participants, and working with Wolverhampton University to really understand the capability of the journey planner, to get people to plan virtual trips and understand what trip they would have taken if they were to travel, what travel information would they have want to restore that consumer confidence. On the other side of that, there's the number of virtual interviews that we conducted, where we need to start to look at what is the lifestyle of people traveling in Manchester in the future. I think a lot of the financial model are based on kind of this public transport provision, and I don't necessarily feel those are no longer kind of valid in the world moving forward. But we also engage with major businesses in Manchester, such as Midas and Visit Manchester, where Midas is a major company that brings new businesses into the city and what the offerings they see in terms of future work and offices. And with Visit Manchester, what are the tourism angle with MaaS to help us better recover in a post-COVID environment? And these are some of the kind of takeaways that they brought up. But one of the key ones I kind of want to bring up is around this kind of more localism moving forward. We're increasingly seeing that people, instead of traveling into the regional centres, are traveling into your neighbourhood towns. What are the MaaS offerings that you know will cater for that in the future? What are the data that we need to capture to kind of validate those behaviour? And what are the different modes that we need to start changing to accommodate for this sort of behaviour? I think traditionally a lot of the transport provision has been around building the mobility and then the demand will come. But I think moving forward, MaaS have a real opportunity to capture some of this demand with trials such as mobility credits to really build that data set and model to facilitate kind of future transport implementations. Do we still need a rapid bus network, or is it a more responsive, demand responsive offering as a whole? And I've just kind of quickly wrap up in terms of some of the key lessons learned and kind of next steps for us. I think for us, there's still a very challenging kind of business model for traditional operators. And in a post-COVID environment where public finances are going to be looked at and whether or not we're going to restore those kind of passenger numbers to the way they were, it's going to be very difficult. We realize, I think, as well, a lot of the traditional operators, their technology just isn't ready to integrate into the MaaS offering. So is there something that we need to step up and provide kind of a standardized solution for the whole region as a whole? Or maybe it's something that we need to engage with DfT further to have a more national agenda. And I think with the COVID advisors, the big thing that is being highlighted is the importance of resilience around our network and how we make sure that, you know, the information is there so that people can travel seamlessly. And what are the components around maybe accessibility and inclusion with those that are kind of not necessarily most traditionally catered for? You know, people that, for example, don't have a bank, that you relies on paying for cash to access transport services. What are the opportunities with MaaS, with contactless payments and so on and so forth? I'm trying to wrap this up very quickly. Sorry if I'm talking a little bit too fast. Again, TFGM, what is the role as a mobility operator? As I touched on the key business cases, I think that importance of the journey planner is going to be critical of how we make sure that journeys recommended to people aligns with the city objectives as a whole. You know, to make sure that, you know, whatever MaaS packages get provided doesn't mean the person's just going to jump into Uber every trip along the way? How do we make sure that active travel and walking and well-being are catered for as part of that MaaS offering, and making sure that the business case stacks up around that? So the last few things I'm going to leave you with is kind of what is the opportunity with MaaS in the post-COVID recovery piece? Is it mobility credits to trial and incentivize sustainable travel when people are moving into new office environments instead of in the regional centers in your more localized towns? What are the real opportunities in terms of making some of the active travel behavior stick moving forward as we're seeing increase in people cycling and so on and so forth? And on the policy side, what are the things that we need to start looking more in terms of AI and digital regulations as a whole? And kind of one of the big next steps we're looking at is in the Transport for the North, which is the whole northern region. They're looking into investing 150 million in terms of this smart northern ecosystem ticketing provision. So we'll be taking a lot of learnings from this project and feeding into that program as a whole. So that's me from TFGM. I think I'm now passing on to Roland to talk a little bit about how MaaS could enable new solution to be created.
Thank you, Sam. So we pass the floor to Roland. Roland, we can see your screen. Please make it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can you hear me okay, Babis? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay, okay. Could you give me do you need to update me on the amount of time available? Is that changed?
Actually, we're over time now, but already for the answer, but you can move forward.
I will try to be slightly quicker about it then. Okay. So let me just move something around. So yes, I should go back and say that my name's Roland Struby, and I manage a community transport operator that is based on the edge of the Greater Manchester Transport Network. And this is an area where there are many gaps in transport provision, which result in a high dependency on private cars. And HSTL's part in this project has been to enable the MaaS platform to develop new transport services to fill these gaps. I seem to have trouble moving on. There we go. So the gaps in provision are currently filled using private cars, and these gaps are barriers to people using MaaS. But MaaS cannot fill these gaps by bundling the transport provision in which the gaps are found, obviously. This pilot demonstrated how bundling transport demand could be a way to develop new transport services to fill gaps. And in the pilot, people with compatible transport need formed transport groups, including rail commuters traveling between home and the train station, as Sam was describing this first and last mile problem, and people also needing to use car club or bike share scheme. So this is filling gaps in the existing transport provision. And of course, this needed to be integrated with the rest of the MaaS4EU platform, and a new component was developed to do this, which we called the Transport Group platform. The Transport Group platform acts on behalf of a transport group to collect fares, pay providers. Very importantly, the added value of it is to distribute shortfall to supporters. And it's the supporters which are the new element in the marketplace, which makes it possible to manage the risk associated, the financial risk associated with a new service. And of course, the Transport Group platform integrates with the rest of the MaaS4EU platform. moving on. So distributing financial risk. When a transport group is formed, the supporters buy MaaS products that involve advanced authorization agreements, which commits them to paying a percentage of any shortfall between revenue and costs. And only when 100% of this risk has been distributed can any transport be provided. And the advantage of that is that the supporters who this responsibility is distributed to can be users, but they can also be the organizations that are responsible for activities that make transport necessary. So, for example, employers, hospitals, any appointments, any ticketed events, organizations that have overview data describing who's going where and when, and communication links with people who are making those journeys. And this is information and communication links that transport providers, who would traditionally have responsibility for the risk, those transport providers don't know who's going where and when, and don't have any communication links. So the transport group platform broadens the MaaS marketplace to include this wider set of organizations. It makes it possible to develop transport based on information about who's going where and when, and prompt people who are making those journeys using communication links. And it shifts control and responsibility from providers to users. Okay, so we developed and demonstrated 3 types of transport group in the pilot: train station shuttle, microcar clubs, and shared e-bike scheme. The station shuttle filled the gap between home and the nearest train station. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, it was not possible for this to go ahead, but the transport group was fully formed as COVID came along. So we'd formed the transport group, we just didn't manage to operate it. Our focus was then more on the microcar clubs, which could be operated safely within COVID, and we created 3 microcar clubs. Each of these bundled the demand of a small closed group, in each case 2 households sharing access to one shared microcar club car. And we also created 1 shared e-bike scheme. Similarly, this was formed by a small group of users who are all neighbours, sharing access to the same electric bike on a pay-as-you-go basis. And this diagram shows the synergy between different modes of transport group, and it shows how it's possible for the bundling of provision and the bundling of demand to go together. So the commuter in this example has left their car at home because they're now using the new train station shuttle, and their car being left at home can be used as part of their microcar club with, in this case, a healthcare worker who uses it during the day. So these 2 users have bundled their demand for the train station shuttle and the microcar club, and they're now using 1 car instead of 2. And of course, the station shuttle has also bundled the demand of all the other commuters who are travelling between home and the station. I have some slides where I'm thinking I need to shorten this a little bit, but we the key mechanism of form of transport groups and the transport group platform and creating new transport provision by MaaS is in 2 parts. One is forming transport groups and the other is operating. The forming of the transport groups requires identifying compatible demand, prompting users, agreeing costs, distributing risk to supporters, establishing rates, And as I said before, the distributing risk to supporters is important aspect of this, and that involves advanced authorization agreements to be part of the MaaS products which are sold to the different types of supporter. And then the operating of transport groups, the users buy credits either through their MaaS subscription, or because the Manchester pilot was virtual, they did this on the schedules, and they use the credits to book and pay for their transport. The transport group platform then through the Stripe Connect account that we used, paid the transport provider and charged the supporters for a shortfall. And this is a picture of a screenshot of the schedule for one of the microcar clubs. So this shows the use of that. And so the overall outcomes were that we demonstrated the use of a prototype transport group platform. We created 5 different types, 3 different types, but 5 actual transport groups. 4 of them operated during the pilot because the station shuttle didn't operate. 4 of them, all of them will continue to operate after the project. 2 of them used the transport group platform to manage revenue streams. There was a total reduction of 3 cars owned, and we conducted interviews with the participants of these transport groups to describe how that was done. One microcar club member is now only uses a bike, so completely car free as a result of being involved. 10 active users, 120 surveys, new MaaS products developed, 5 user interviews conducted. And the opportunities are, well, the prototype transport group platform needs to be developed into a fully integrated version, and the MaaS needs to develop new services. We need to fill gaps. We need to build capacity, network capacity, and by filling gaps and building capacity, we can affect a greater modal shift. So that's all from me. I hope that's given a good idea of the work our pilot did.
Thank you very much, Roland. And now we should pass the floor to Luxembourg, to Eric. So, okay, I do not see Eric, so probably he dropped. So
I'm checking the attendees list.
Yeah, he was here, but probably he dropped now. Let me also check. Otherwise, I will start the presentation, and then we'll move forward until Eric comes in. So in the meantime, we can also have there were some questions posed from the public.
Okay, Babis,
Yes.
there is one question for Budapest that is, how many active users have used the application in the Budapest pilot? And the other one is for Manchester. Did the Manchester pilot include car sharing and micro-mobility options, or was it only public transport offered? So, Sam, you are online. You are already there, so you can answer the second question, and also Vicky after.
Yeah, I'll pick up the Manchester question first. So yeah, we specifically focused on the on-demand provision because we really wanted to understand, you know, is that on-demand provision enough to encourage that public transport use? I think one kind of additional context in Greater Manchester is that there are car club schemes, but they're very fragmented into the 10 different districts. So to provide a provision that is a holistic MaaS offering would have been challenging. So for the MaaS4EU project, we did not incorporate that into the offering. In terms of the micromobility piece, we did initially during the pilot had Mobike as an operator, but due to various operational challenges, they left the city, so they were no longer available. And due to kind of the timing of it, we only recently have our micromobility e-scooter operation up and running, so we weren't able to incorporate those into that the MaaS proposition. But it's definitely something we want to explore, you know, to fill that final mile gap moving forward in future trials.
Okay, thank you. Vicky, the question was for you. Do you need
Yeah.
I recall it, or do you remember it?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I don't know the statistics yet because we don't see the dashboard, but what I see is that we had over 50 purchases of packages, and I would say that those who purchased the package definitely used it or at least tried it. So I think it's around 50 for the third wave.
But Vicky,
Thank
you
you
have
very much.
also more people that have subscribed and use the other service. So we have more that really show the application.
Yeah, so it was 340 people who downloaded the application and they tested or tried the journey planner function. But with regard to if we mean active usage, if by active usage we mean purchasing packages and using the package, then I think this is around 50 for the wave 3. But for those who downloaded it and tried the journey planner function or tested the application itself without any payment, it's over 300, yeah, 338.
So we are going to move now to the next application, to the next presentation. So this presentation is concerning the Luxembourg pilot. Actually, this would be presented by our colleague Eric Zorn, who probably dropped out of the call. So I'm going to present that. So concerning the background of the pilot area, initially the pilot was connecting the Aachen area in Germany and the Luxembourg region. The problem and why we selected this area was that there is no actual corridor between these two regions, either by bus, by train, or by car. However, we want to see if it is possible to set up something in this area and also the metropolitan area, which covers about 5 million people, so as to see if there is if here we can have MaaS, then it can be sustainable also in other places. We tried to overcome this initial idea with creating a service for students from Luxembourg that are living in Aachen by providing carpooling and shuttle service from SLA. However, the interest coming from the Students Association was not very high because, of course, most of them have their private cars, and they mentioned that this is the means that they use. Therefore, we had to rearrange the pilot, and we moved to have the Luxembourg and greater region in order to see also the transport traffic between Luxembourg, Germany, Belgium, and France. So the plans for the trial included urban trips, cross-border trips, and B2B service. And we had the integrated journey planner to support all kinds of the transport modes and the service of the different mobility service providers. So what was interesting for SLA in this project? They want to discover the MaaS concept as a private company, and also the feasibility for them to become a MaaS operator. At the same time, they want to see the cross-border aspects of MaaS. However, during this trial, they had different questions coming from operators. So some of them were, can the payment procedure be kept by the operator? Will the different mobility service providers be paid to participate? what are the other operators that would be on board? What do they need to provide? APIs, what else? And here it must be mentioned that SLA is a private transport operator, so it has been seen as a competitor by some of them. Concerning the setting up of the pilot, the process to recruit them was that several operators were contacted by mail and phone in order to present them the project and also to ask them if they would be interested to join. Some of them were very interested, and therefore there were also physical meetings planned and undertaken in order to discuss the different options in person. At the same time, we had workshops in Luxembourg where several operators were invited. Among them, taxi company, e-scooter, bike sharing, car sharing, public transport, the railways, and also the automobile club. So key challenges and difficulties in the setup were that it is difficult to get in touch with the potential operators, also due to the fact that here we have also the problem that SLA can be perceived as competitor, and therefore responses were very low. At the same time, we saw that interest is there, but it is very difficult to get operators on board afterwards. And the reasons were no funding was available, operators do not have API or a functioning API for some of them because they are more traditional. There was no will or possibility to invest in time and also manpower. And of course, as also mentioned before, operators do not want to give away the influence of the payment procedure. So several operators mentioned initially that they would be interested to provide the API in order to locate their services, but they would not want to do so for the payment API. However, once we had agreed, the interest dropped and access was not provided. So why did this happen? So public transport in Luxembourg has its own plans on MaaS, and therefore majority of providers wait also for that initiative. And of course, if it is a public-private MaaS initiative, it is also with operators that were conducted by SLA. And this made it, of course, difficult to create a competitive product, including public transport, as the public transport company is preparing their own MaaS or has an idea about preparing their own MaaS. At the same time, we had different meetings and launches with authorities, but as they have their own plan, they did not want to, the collaboration was not very easy. And of course, also what we did not know when we started the pilot was that there would be a free public transport in Luxembourg as from this year. So both mobility providers needed to reassess the situation, but also mass commercialization and business models needed to be adapted to this new reality, which of course affects everything. Having said that, we had also the impact of COVID-19. And of course, the extent of COVID in Luxembourg was not less than in other countries. Had total lockdowns, schools were closed, as also bars, restaurants, and nightlife. And therefore, public transport was down to a minimum, and there was a massive switch to home office, and also the airport was closed. Concerning statistics and impacts on travel behavior, public transport went down to a half or to 1/3 of the usual capacity in terms of number of buses serving. The single car use potentially raised because of the fear to be exposed to COVID, and also home office reduced traffic visible during rush hour. Here it must be mentioned that due to the situation in Luxembourg, there are more people working in Luxembourg than actual people living in Luxembourg. So you have also influx of traffic from the neighboring countries. So in order to overcome all these problems, we had to run a virtual pilot. There is a fear of using public transport, even if it is free of charge now. Several other services were frozen that were our MaaS business models were based on, airport shuttles or the night rider, that is a night rider, night shuttle, which is now not anymore in place because of the restrictions. And also other private actors e.g., for example, car sharing or taxi had decided not to join our pilot, which of course might not be 100% COVID related, but also COVID influenced that because we could see that in March, everything almost froze. So how we designed the pilot, which was a virtual pilot. So we had plans created with all potential mobility service providers that are available in Luxembourg. These plans combined transport for free, car sharing, taxi, e-bike, airport shuttles, and door-to-door night passes, and also the different several time ranges like daily, weekly, and monthly passes, and also prices according to the volume of the service provided. So the experience with the implementation has been already presented by Panos and by also the other pilots. Here, okay, of course, users had to download the app. They had to answer the questions regarding preference and COVID-related impacts. According to these answers, a set of mobility packages were proposed. And then we had a virtual, and then because it's a virtual pilot, we did not have a monetary transaction for us happened, for example, in Budapest. Of course, then the users can use the app as a travel planner, and based on their preferences and also based on the packages that they select also virtually, they see the mobility options that are available from A to B. So this means that also what Panos presented earlier, that when you change your pilot, you buy virtually a package, but then based on your pilot and the changes you make, a different set of opportunities of how to do this travel appears in the app. So key lessons learned from the project for Luxembourg was that it's very difficult to get actors on board. There is a general interest, but there is a lack of willingness to invest time and manpower. APIs is a very complicated subject because not every actor has an API available and also has not the possibility or time and manpower to create one. A private actor like SLA can be seen as a competitor, and this is a possible explanation for the lack of interest among other private actors. Public authorities were not on board. We have also language barriers that we actually have not seen as vital before. We knew, for example, that for Hungary, we had to translate the app, as also Victoria illustrated, also in Hungarian. But we have not thought that for Luxembourg, we would need to have it translated in French and German, or even Luxembourgish, because we thought that English would be good enough. And of course, here we have also another finding that because this is a research project and not a commercial application, people do not want to use so much time filling out surveys. So they want to have it more in the commercial application style, not really providing this input that this research project needed. So what are the further lessons learned? You need to seek support from public authorities. So a MaaS operator needs to have public authorities on board in an active role because they act as enablers. Public authorities are seen as neutral and as a guarantee for equal playing field among competitors, so trust is enhanced. And also public initiatives can attract more private mobility service providers without being in competition or without being perceived as being competitors. As a private transport providing company, influence is not strong enough. Mobility service providers are reluctant to provide data as APIs due to the fear of competition or due to the fear of losing market segments or providing business, providing insights in the business that our competitors do not know. And also because they are not paid, they are not so much interested in order to participate. And as a last remark, it's very difficult to move from competition to co-petition, which means the act of cooperation between competing companies. So in Luxembourg, we saw that because of SLA being a private company, we saw that it was more leaning to competition than to collaborating and moving forward in a collaborative manner. We think that if a public authority was inside our MaaS ecosystem and really being active in it, this would be easier because they would act as an enabler and it would enhance trust. So that was the presentation about Luxembourg. And now I think we can move to the next presentation of, if there are no questions, to Ms. Ioanna Pagoni, who will provide a presentation about business models. Ioanna, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's good. Let me share my screen. Just a minute, sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, hello everybody. I'm Ioanna Pagoni. I'm a researcher at the University of the Aegean, and I'm going to present you our findings regarding the business models for MaaS. So our main role in this project, the role of University of the Aegean, was to explore how mobility as a service would affect the current travel behavior of individuals, and to design the prototype business models for MaaS. So we explored what are the preferences of end users regarding MaaS and what would be the potential demand for this new concept. And on the supply side, we explored the stakeholders' viewpoints, and we looked at their requirements in order to join MaaS and how MaaS would affect their current businesses. So we wanted to answer to these research questions that I am presenting in this slide. First of all, regarding the MaaS scheme, we wanted to see what is the MaaS ecosystem and what would be the involved actors in this new business ecosystem, what would be the potential governance models for mobility as a service. And then the main question that we wanted to address was to design the new business models that are required for MaaS, provide the products that include the different mobility services in each city, and of course provide the pricing for these products. So we did several activities in order to see what kind of services should be included in a MaaS product in order to increase its value proposition, and of course do the pricing while considering how much the people are willing to pay for this new concept. And I will finalize my presentation with some lessons learned on barriers and enablers that the MaaS actors might face in order to implement or join MaaS in their city. So the methodology that we followed in order to design the business models for MaaS is consisted of two parts, let's say. The first one is the MaaS customers, the exploration of the demand side, where we did several data collection efforts that I will present to you later, and we developed discrete choice models, and the outputs of these models were then used in order to design the MaaS products, where we looked at the objectives of the MaaS operator, and we tried to find the most viable MaaS products that could be offered by the MaaS operator in each city. So we used a mixed method approach in order to collect the data that were needed for the business models. We collected qualitative data from workshops and interviews with stakeholders and from focus groups that were done with end users. The goal of this data collection, the qualitative data collection, was to to investigate what are the stakeholders' viewpoints and opinions on MaaS, and what would be the challenges and enablers for MaaS in each pilot city. And then we continued with the data collection from the end users, the quantitative data, from surveys, and from the MaaS4EU application in the pilot cities, in order to see how people might respond in the implementation of MaaS in their city. So let's focus now on the stakeholders' data. We had 3 different workshops, one in each pilot area. These workshops were done at the initial phase of the project. They were organized in roundtable discussions, and the participants were presented with structured questionnaires, which included questions about the key actors in mobility as a service, the anticipated benefits for MaaS, potential revenue allocation models and funding sources for MaaS, and potential barriers for its implementation. As you can see in these pie charts, there were different stakeholders types that participated in our workshops, ranging from transport operators, public and private, researchers, representatives from the local authorities, and other stakeholders from transport consulting companies and IT companies. Then regarding the interviews, these were conducted in 2 rounds in our project. At the initial phase of the project during the first year, we had some personal interviews with stakeholders in the 3 pilot areas. We interviewed 4 key stakeholders in this area. These were the 3 MaaS operators in the pilots and 1 public transport authority, who played a key role in the implementation of MaaS in the area. So the goal of these interviews was to derive their opinion about the critical aspects and the challenges and opportunities when trying to develop MaaS in their city. And after having all this experience in the project and the knowledge gathered from the different activities of the project, we ran the second round of the interviews, where we extended the interviews to several mobility service providers and authorities in the 3 pilot areas and also in other European cities. And so we interviewed and collected data from more than 30 stakeholders. The goal of these interviews was to explore the motivations and the challenges for participating in MaaS, discuss on potential business models and organizational models. We had specific questions on the MaaS operator, on the legal status of the MaaS operator, on the products that could be offered in MaaS. Another issue that was discussed was the commercial agreements that are signed among the MaaS operator and the MaaS partners, the technological readiness of the mobility service providers, and several issues on the consumer and passenger rights. And last, on the end users, as I said, we had some focus groups in the 3 pilot areas. We wanted to see their needs, whether they have privacy concerns regarding MaaS, what are their preferences for MaaS, and the services that should be included in MaaS, as well as their preferences on several features of the MaaS application. And during the project, in different waves, we collected data for the end users through surveys, and also through the application, the MaaS4EU application in the pilot areas. So the scope of this collection was to use the demand data in order to design the business models for each area. So I'm going to present you now the results and the findings that we have for the business models, and I will start with the MaaS ecosystem key actors. Based on the results of the workshops as well as the interviews that we have with the mobility service providers and the authorities, it was concluded that the mobility service providers are the most important actors in MaaS. This is in consistency with what all the stakeholders in the 3 pilot areas expressed, as we can see from this figure. However, we see that, for example, in Budapest, the role of public transport authority and local government was seen as the most important among the different actors. In addition, we can see that other mobility service providers, even emerging mobility service providers, are seen as important actors in MaaS. What we saw in all the pilot areas was that public transportation should definitely join MaaS and should collaborate with the other operators in order to be able to materialize MaaS. However, this might not be the case in the United States, where emerging mobility service providers are more likely to be the champions of MaaS, and in the United States we see that the power of public transportation is not so intense as in Europe. For the MaaS operator, we included several discussions in the workshops and in the interviews regarding who would be the best candidate to act as the MaaS operator. The current state of practice indicates that in the commercial applications we have little involvement of public authorities in the MaaS operator's role. However, based on the findings from the workshops and the interviews, the stakeholders expressed that the public transport authorities could deliver a successful MaaS scheme and could lead such a new concept, as they provide the main transportation system of a city and they can manage all the key MaaS elements regarding scheduling and ticketing. In addition, it was expressed that public transport authorities can build the needed trust so that they can tie all the different parties of the mobility operators together. However, during the project, we noticed that the public transport authorities are not so willing to take this role, maybe because they do not have the resources to do so. Another issue that was considered as very important regarding the business was the collaboration among the different actors. This was also mentioned before in the pilot descriptions. We saw that competition is a very big challenge for the MaaS implementation, competition among the different actors. So what we saw is that some operators were open to collaborate with their competitors, and they didn't see the competition as a blocker for participating in MaaS. However, we saw, and they definitely expressed, that they prefer exclusivity in the scheme, so that they want to be the only operator for a specific mobility service offered in MaaS, in the MaaS scheme of the city. And another issue that was raised was the allocation of the responsibilities within the MaaS scheme. The stakeholders expressed that it is very important for the responsibilities to be very well clarified, especially in the cooperation agreements that will be signed among the MaaS between the MaaS operator and the actors, and that the MaaS operator should be responsible for the user, while every mobility service provider should be responsible for their own services. Let's go now to the governance model. We identified two potential governance models for MaaS. The one is the broker model, where the risks are concentrated on the MaaS operator. So the MaaS operator takes all the risks of this new business. And the other governance model assumes that the MaaS operator does not concentrate all the risks, but the risks are shared among the different partners. And now we have the revenue allocation model among the different partners. Based on the current practice in the commercial application, but also in the pilot developments we have already for MaaS, we saw that a broker model is mainly implemented and that the main MaaS systems are led by private companies. And now I'm going to present you the business model canvas that we designed for the 3 pilot areas and the products that we developed. So we relied part of our analysis on the business model canvas that has been developed by Osterwalder. In this slide, I'm showing you the 9 building blocks that constitute the business model canvas. And in white, it is the general business model, which can be developed in any city. And as you can see, it includes several key partners, and not only urban mobility services, but other cross-border and intercity mobility services. In the different colors, I'm presenting the business model canvas for the 3 pilot areas. As you can see, depending on the particularities and the specific characteristics of each city, we have a different business model, and that's what we did in the project to see the different characteristics of each city and the objective of each MaaS operator in order to design the different business models. But in order to design a new product, which is, since MaaS is a new product, we needed to predict what would be the individual behavior for this new product and what would be the potential market demand. So we did a demand analysis in different phases of the project. We developed behavioral models based on discrete choice analysis. And in these models, we accounted for attitudes and perceptions of individuals. So these models were used in order to see what mobility services should be included in the MaaS products in order to attract more customers. And in addition, how much the people are willing to pay for these mobility services. And here I'm presenting an example from Manchester, where we had 4 different groups of people, and we were able to compute the willingness to pay for each customer group and for each mobility services that was included in our model. For each city that we would like to implement MaaS, similar computations can be done based on the behavioral models that we develop, so that we see how much people are willing to pay for the mobility services to be included in MaaS. Now I will present you pilot by pilot the products that we designed. Some of them you have heard in the previous presentations of the pilots. So for Budapest, as Victoria said, we included public transport, taxi, car sharing, and bike sharing in the products. These are some results from the pilot trials that ran in Budapest. As we can see, the products, the basic products, were mainly preferred by the participants. The basic products are those that include only the public transportation. They were designed in a daily, weekly, and monthly basis, and basically the monthly products were preferred by the participants. However, we see that about 8% of the people paid for the combo products, which included public transport, taxi and bike sharing. In Luxembourg, as Babis mentioned, since we ran a virtual pilot, we were able to include all the different mobility services that are available in Luxembourg. And apart from public transport and taxi and sharing schemes that are available in the city, we included some services for passenger transfer to the airport, as well as a night bus. This also enabled to cover the cross-border trips that were part of this pilot. And in this slide, I'm presenting the most popular products that were selected by the pilot participants in this virtual pilot. As we can see, people wanted a variety of mobility services to be included in their products. Public transport, again, in this pilot was very popular. It was included in all the different packages that were presented to the participants, while taxi and car sharing were also among the most popular mobility services. For the Luxembourg case, we additionally designed business-to-business MaaS products in order for the companies to be able to offer products to their employees. For this reason, we conducted a questionnaire survey to companies in the greater region of Luxembourg, and we presented them with several mobility services, and we asked them to indicate which of these services and in which amount they would like to offer to their employees as part of a MaaS product. We additionally asked this question both for trips of their employees within Luxembourg and for their cross-border trips. As we can see from these diagrams, for the national trips, public transportation is the most popular mobility service to be included in B2B products, followed by car sharing and car rental. While for cross-border trips, we can see that car sharing and car rental are the most popular mobility services to be included in the products, while a lot of companies express that they would not want to have a MaaS product for their employees. And of course, we did this analysis for the trips before and during COVID-19, and as expected, the willingness to have different services in a MaaS product before and after and during COVID-19 is totally different. The willingness to include the mobility during COVID is very much lower than before COVID. And the impact of COVID in MaaS it was shown in all our pilots. However, in Manchester, we tried to address this COVID-19 break with designing different mobility as a service products. So we, considering the different situation we had in this different period, where a lot of people are teleworking, so we thought that MaaS packages with lower amount of mobility offering should be more appropriate. We considered the guidelines of the government to avoid public transportation and the possible changes of people's preferences towards public transport and sharing schemes, as well as the increase in active modes due to COVID-19. So for Manchester, we designed different products that could be more appropriate for this new situation. And as you can see, we designed products that do not have public transport as a mobility offering, as you can see in the second product that I'm presenting. This was not common in the past because public transportation is considered as the core of MaaS. So we commonly had the public transportation in every mobility package of MaaS. In addition, when we entered the public transportation in MaaS products, we used the lower levels than the monthly package. So as you can see in the first and the third product, we included, for example, 10 daily passes for public transportation within the monthly products. And of course, we used other mobility services that are available in Manchester. Since again in Manchester the pilot was not run actually, but it was run in a virtual way. And we additionally conducted a questionnaire survey in Manchester in order to see what types of services should be included in a MaaS product in the COVID-19 period. We presented to the users, to the pilot participants, with some hypothetical scenarios, and we asked them to design their ideal MaaS product. And these are the main results of this survey. From the people that indicated their preference towards MaaS, they mainly preferred packages with public transportation and ride-hailing, followed by other packages included ride-hailing as well. We also saw that car sharing and scooter were not among the popular services in the products that were designed by the pilot participants, which is an indicator of the potential use of car sharing by people in the COVID-19 period. And we also saw that in general, public transport was included in almost all the design products, while taxi and ride-hailing was significantly preferred by the pilot participants. So last but not least, what we wanted to explore was the viability of the business models and the products that we designed. So what we saw was that in some cases, if the MaaS operator would price the products on the willingness to pay level, so that to ensure that people would willing to pay for this product. We saw that in some cases we would not be able to design viable products because the willingness to pay was lower than the MaaS operator's cost to provide the product. But in other cases we were able to design viable products because we saw that the willingness to pay was higher than the respective costs. In order for the MaaS operator to provide not viable products in the market, it is significant to secure discounts from the mobility service providers. This fact that there are several not viable products for MaaS did not come as a surprise to us, because MaaS market is still at an early age, so people might not be willing to pay more for MaaS. And as we have seen in the market, there are several commercial MaaS schemes that are currently led by private companies, and they rely on investors in order to be able to offer and further develop their services. So to close my presentation, I'm sure that you have listened to that, to this at the previous presentations, and Maria will mention some of them on the next session. But I would like to focus on some of these lessons learned from the business aspect we had in the project. One very significant element is the competition among the different partners. Of the operators that would like to join MaaS, they need to have in mind that they need to collaborate with the other partners. They need to expose their businesses in order to collaborate in a specific MaaS scheme. They need to invest in new technology if they are not technologically ready. We saw that a lot of companies in our pilot areas, especially in Luxembourg, they did not have the financial resources and the human resources to invest in MaaS. So this was a challenge for them in order to join our project and join our scheme. And there are other challenges from the end users, the policy and the technology side that should be addressed in order to join MaaS. And I'm sure that Maria will further analyze them in her presentation, so I would not like to focus more on them. If you need more information about all that I told you today, you can see our publications in several journals and conferences. And thank you very much for listening to me.
So thank you very much, Joanna, for that. So there are some questions that we will come back to them later on. Joanna, you will have also the possibility to answer to this question,
Yes.
to answer questions in the
Thank
chat. I thank you also. And before moving to the next session, we'll move now to the next section, which is the outcomes, challenges, and lessons learned by Maria Kamariani. But before that, we have a poll for you. Tito, can you post the poll?
Yes, for sure. This is the poll.
So, given the 4 pillars of MaaS4EU, which one do you think that hinders the most the implementation of MaaS services? You can select one: business, end users, technology and data, or policy. So we'll give you some time to answer. So let's give another 15 seconds.
Yes, please vote. It's for free.
Oh, yes. 60% of the people voted. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. We can close the.
Close. And here is the outcomes.
And we see here some very interesting results. So 48% of the people say that policy hinders the implementation, 32 business, 16 end users, and only 4 technology and data, which I think, at least I personally would agree that it is the least factor that hinders MaaS. So having said that, Maria, the floor is yours to enlighten us about the outcomes, challenges, and the lessons learned. And also possibly to answer the question.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, you are now presenter.
But can you see my screen?
Not yet. I will close hide. Okay. Try again.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, perfect.
So just move it to the presenter view.
So as we approach the end of this webinar, and having heard all these interesting presentations, We would like to make a summary of the main outcomes, challenges, and lessons learned from the MaaS4EU project. And the pilots and Ioanna have presented several challenges, but I would like to sum up these challenges based on the 4 pillars that we have in MaaS4EU: the business, end users, technology and data, and the policies pillars. In our proposal, the MaaS4EU proposal, within the business pillar, we had 3 assumptions about the MaaS operator types. The first assumption was about the public authority acting as a MaaS operator, and we hypothesized that the public authority has already an established network with the mobility service providers in the city, and it is easier for them to cultivate an environment of trust. However, it would be difficult for a public transport authority from an organizational side to offer MaaS services. We tested this concept in Greater Manchester, where TFGM, the Transport for Greater Manchester, the public authority, was the MaaS operators. And what we found out was that indeed we validate the hypothesis that the public transport authority has already an established network of and easy access to the mobility service providers in the city. So it was quite easy to find the mobility service providers and initiate the discussions. But in some cases, it was difficult for the public transport authority to change some organizational structures or secure approvals in order to have the demonstration. For example, in terms of ticketing, the revenue reallocation, and things like this, that this happened in the pilot. Maybe once you have a commercial demonstration, this may be different, but within the project, this was our finding. And then it was difficult for the public transport authority to offer services outside its jurisdiction. For example, we had towns or rural areas where citizens commute to Manchester, but because TFGM was not responsible for these areas, we couldn't offer services or integrate services in these areas. These were the findings for the public transport authority acting as a MaaS operator. In the second hypothesis, we had a transport operator, so a private transport operator acting as the MaaS operator. And our assumption was that this would be difficult, but we may have some advantages through collaboration with other transport operators, and they will value the competition, and they will collaborate. We tested this hypothesis in Luxembourg, where we had SLA being the MaaS operator. SLA is a private transport operator. They also cover some public bus lines. And our findings was that it was too difficult for a transport operator to collaborate with competitors. And especially in the case of SLA, who offer a variety of mobility services, so they had, let's say, quite. There were other companies that they were considered as competitors, and due to this, it was very difficult to set up discussions with other MSPs, and sometimes it was difficult even from the same company, from the SLA, not because we contacted MSPs and they do not, other MSPs and they didn't respond. Moving on to the third option of MaaS operator.
Maria, sorry for interrupt. Maria, sorry.
Yes.
Can you start the presentation because we can only see the first page?
Oh, I have started the presentation.
Oh, okay. Now this is.
Let me close my camera to improve the internet connection.
Okay, thank you.
Which slide can you see now?
We see slide 6, but make also the full view, not only the.
Now?
We see still the not full view. So make it presenter view. Maybe it is that.
Yeah, I have it in presenter view. Probably
Okay.
it's my internet connection.
Okay, let's leave it like that. In any case, now we can see the slide also.
Okay. So the third hypothesis in terms of business models was that having a new MaaS operator, a new player, a new private company, a trailblazer company as we named it, that just provides MaaS services. We assumed that it would be difficult for them to establish their position, but as a company dedicated only to this, they would have more willingness to work on this service, design this service, and promote this service. We tested this service in Budapest, and what we found out is that in the beginning it was quite difficult to establish a communication network with mobility service providers. And thanks to the support of the Public Transport Authority, the communication channels were established with MSPs. So it's very important, such a company, to have the support of the Public Transport Authority of the city. Once this happened, we had a wide participation of MSPs in the pilot, as Victoria presented for Budapest. And then we just had some issues with MSPs in terms of the agreements and data sharing. It took time, but in the end we found solutions, and we moved on to the demonstration. Can you see the next slide?
We are stuck at slide 6.
Okay, it may take some time. I will continue presenting. So in terms of general lessons learned for the business models, we see that establishing communication channels with MSPs takes time because MaaS is a new concept. The business models are prototype or hypothetical business models, and they are not concrete business models. So in many cases, mobility service providers cannot see what it is in for them. And then we also have the issue of competition among the mobility service providers. It was also quite challenging and time-consuming to achieve agreements with mobility service providers because they ask for clear and specific business models and clear incentives. They had some concerns about the scale of the MaaS pilots because these were just demonstrations and the service would not continue. And they were quite reluctant in some occasions to devote resources with low return for them, and especially with unclear profit aspects. Then one more challenge was that mobility service providers worry about commoditization They really worry about losing their brand identity. And for these reasons, especially the big companies with mature platforms are not that willing to collaborate with MaaS operators. However, smaller mobility service providers are quite positive and they see a lot of opportunities to provide their services through MaaS platforms. Then mobility service providers also have concerns about user experience and liabilities. So if everything, if something goes wrong, who is gonna be responsible for this? And this is also a gap for the policy. And they were quite willing to participate in MaaS platforms when exclusivity is offered to them. For example, if a car sharing company, a big car sharing company, is willing to participate in such a scheme, if they agree that another car sharing company will not participate. Then, in terms of business, the mobility service providers worried a lot about the data sharing agreements. They wanted to have data sharing agreements, especially for the customer data, because for them customer data is part of their business intelligence. They were worried that through this platform, if they do not get customer data, they will not be able to know where the demand is and how to manage and allocate their fleet and establish their routes. And they were also worried about lack of customer satisfaction data. However, MSPs mentioned that if it was to have such a service that consists only from mobility service operators that offer certain transport modes without competition, for example, a public transport authority, a ride-hailing company, and a bike-sharing company, then they are really positive towards such synergies. Another thing that it was mentioned by those who participated in the MaaS4EU platform and MaaS4EU app demonstrations was that it's very important to have clear goals and alignment with policy and the strategy that the city has. So from the final interviews with MSPs, and I am highlighting this because, for example, Ioana presented some findings, but these findings were for a wider, from a wider audience. These results here are only from the mobility service providers who participated in the MaaS4EU demonstrations, who offered their services through the MaaS4EU platform and the MaaS operators. So those who actually participated in the MaaS4EU demonstrations said that public transport authorities preferably to not act as the MaaS operator, but rather sit above the MaaS operator and help facilitate interaction between the MaaS operator and the mobility service providers, and that the public transport authority should provide policy goals and requirements to the MaaS operators to offer the services to end users, making sure, for example, that some policy objectives that the city has about active transport or first last mile are met.
Maria,
yes?
Can you move out of the presenter's view? Maybe then we can see the slides.
Do you want to send you my presentation?
better, yes, if it is possible.
Okay, then
Or share it like that, or share that like that. If you now we can see the slide 9. If you move the
okay.
slides now, try to move the slides now to the next slide in this form without being the presenter view.
Okay, okay, thanks, Bobby.
Can
However,
you move the slide so that we see if it works?
the,
To slide 8, for example. Click slide 8. No, it does not change.
okay, let me then stop sharing.
Yes.
How can I stop sharing my screen? Tito, are you going to do
Yes,
this?
go to sharing. There is a drop-down menu, and then you have to stop.
Okay. Bobby, I'm going to send.
How many screens do you have?
I have about 10 slides.
No, screens. Do you have only one?
One.
Okay. I don't know.
So sorry for this. So Maria sent me an email. Sorry for this technical problem, but this happens.
Yeah, it's yeah, technology. Okay, Bobby, I'm sending the presentation to you. Could you please share the screen, your screen?
Yes, one moment. I have to download it first.
Now you are presenter.
And I am on slide 9.
Okay, and because participants asked us for the slides, we're going to share them in a PDF format afterwards. So can you see now my screen with the presentation?
Yes.
Let me. Yes. Okay.
That's the slide, huh?
However, although in Europe and from our demonstrations, these were the findings, we also hosted a workshop in the US during the IATBR, the International Association of Travel Behavior Research Conference in Santa Barbara in California in 2018 with 20 participants from industry and academia. And there we found out that although in Europe the participation and the role of public transport authorities is considered critical for a successful mass implementation, in the US, the public transport authorities do not have that much power, and probably mass solutions will be commercialized, move on to the market by mobility service providers. Next slide. In terms of technology and data, we had several challenges. Several operators do not have the APIs needed to integrate to a MaaS platform, and they don't have all the aspects that are needed, for example, booking, ticketing, payment, and planning. Those who have APIs or part of the APIs, especially in the beginning, they were reluctant to share their APIs. We had issues with payment systems because each operator uses different payment systems, and in many cases we had to redirect payment back to the mobility operators. In some cases, some operators, they only had paper ticketing, and this also hindered the integration in the app. And all these challenges led to having the MaaS4EU app but not a full MaaS app that we envisaged in the beginning. Next slide. So regarding the lessons learned and the requests of the MSPs regarding the technology and data, they noticed, they highlighted that it's really important to share the data that are generated from the MaaS4EU platform with them, especially if it is possible in real time. One main finding is that engage early with technology and the MSPs is really important, because there are several interoperability issues that take time to be solved. However, although it took time, in the end we found solutions. And yeah, about interoperability, different operators have different systems, payment, ticketing, planning systems. However, in the end, solutions can be found. Next slide. In terms of end users, we have, sorry for the background noise, my baby came into the room. So regarding end users, it was difficult to recruit users to participate in the demonstrations and in the data collection efforts that we had. And especially for the demonstrations, the reason was that the customers, at least in the beginning, before the COVID-19, they had to actually pay for using these services. We didn't provide the packages or the services for free, because this would bias their travel behavior. And because the MaaS4EU app demonstration is accompanied with some surveys, questionnaire surveys for research purposes, this was taking a little bit more time. In the beginning, it was also quite difficult for the users to process and understand the concept of MaaS. It was a brand new service. However, once the users understood what MaaS is, they really liked the idea, and they were willing to use this. And when they started using it and checking the packages, some of them had some doubts about subscription models, and in some cases we also had some people believing that they will be locked in to subscription services, and part of their flexibility will be lost. However, we managed to overcome this with pay-as-you-go packages and more flexible packages. Next slide. When our testers, our users started using the MaaS4EU app, they had a really positive experience towards the service and in general the concept of MaaS, and they stated that they would use such a service if it was available in real life. Those who prefer more such services are young professionals, and we see a reluctance in using MaaS services for people who already own a car or already own a bike, because they do not see that much value in this service. Next slide. However, as it has already been mentioned several times, our project was hit by the COVID-19 tsunami. Our demonstrations were affected, and but we also had the opportunity to test how MaaS can adjust for the COVID-19 era. And we found out that MaaS can really prove useful for the COVID-19 era. Such an integrated system can provide capacity about several transport modes, and they can redirect capacity to make sure that the guidelines from the government are met. They can real-time updates about changing routes and event management, and MaaS services, MaaS apps can also provide data to authorities for tracing COVID-19 transmission. Next slide. And we had two scenarios. We presented two scenarios to our participants. If MaaS is available and social distancing is required, and if MaaS is available and COVID-19 pandemic is over. And we found out that over 40% of respondents in the second scenario and over 30% of respondents in the first scenario indicated higher frequencies to travel by public transport and ride-hailing after the MaaS4EU app demonstration, while before they get the real experience with the MaaS4EU app, their responses was that they will use public transport and other shared modes less frequent. So here we can see how perceptions and answers change when someone answers hypothetically for a service, and what happens once they really have the experience, they have the actual experience of using something. Next slide. And in terms of policies, there were a lot of concerns about passenger rights, especially from the MaaS operators and the mobility service providers who provided their services through the MaaS4EU platform. There were concerns about liability, about interoperability and availability of APIs, and possibility to resell tickets at the same price. So they indicated that policy frameworks are needed for these aspects, as well as, next slide please, as well as clear regulations over the new modes that are introduced in a city. They also stated that public authorities should act as the bodies overseeing transition to MaaS through frameworks designed, tailored to for MaaS. Public transport authorities should help organizations to work together to deliver MaaS. They should support open engagement, and they should also ensure that funding reaches the right modes and support their integration to the transport system of the cities. Next slide. And going back to the question that we made when we started this presentation, the most popular responses were business and policy, indeed. In our case, through our experience, and especially through our experience after demonstrating the MaaS4EU platform and app, and going back to MaaS operators and the MaaS and the mobility service providers, we found out that the biggest challenge is in the business models, because there aren't clear business models. They do not know how to make profit. They do not know what is the added value. So business models really hinder the development of MaaS. There is also work to be done in the policy side, and in the technology and data, and in the end user pillars. We see that the technology is there. It seems that there is demand for such a service. So if we solve the business models and the policy side, then the implementation of MaaS would be easier. Next slide. So these lessons learned and challenges were from our 3 pilot areas, from Manchester, Luxembourg and Budapest. But because we had these challenges, it doesn't mean that another city may have the same challenges as well. Because MaaS is a general concept and it can be adapted to the needs of any local, national or international content, and there isn't just a MaaS solution for all. So thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Maria, for this presentation. And we can move to the to the last and final session. Apologies that it took a bit more time. We're actually out of our schedule, but we have still presentation to come. But before we start that presentation, we have another poll for you. So Tito, can you post the poll, please?
Sorry, the COVID one or the main barriers?
The barriers.
Here is, please vote. %4 voted. Please don't be shy. As I already said, it's for free. %37%.
56% voted.
56.
We leave another
73.
we leave another
10 seconds.
15 seconds. So another 5 seconds now. 4, 3, 1. You can close the poll.
Okay, close the poll and share the results.
So we can see that 45% say that the concern over sharing organizational and commercial sensitive data. The same percent says the business value proposition. 30% privacy and security issues. 25% lack of public awareness of economic benefits for MaaS. So we see 2 answers having 90%. So it was a multiple choice. So we have the 2 answers: concern over sharing organizational and commercial sensitive data, and it says business value proposition as being the 2 most popular answers. So now we can move to the last presentation. I'm going to share my screen.
Last but not least, so we can see all the outcomes of this attempt. So overall, this particular activity is connected with all the activities of the project. We have done several, let's say, different types of communications with the stakeholder groups in order to be able to capture their opinion, the challenges and the problems, until we reach this point to be in the position to suggest the recommendations from our end for the policy. Next slide, Babis, we can roll while I'm speaking. As I mentioned in this particular early slide that I showed, we are covering the policy topic. Why? Because without the policy, you cannot do much with MaaS. So the objective, the overall objective of the project was to provide comprehensive insights on mobility as a service regulatory schemes. To achieve this, as I mentioned, the COVID situation helped us to move from a quantitative activity to also a qualitative one. So the research team collected secondary data and conducted structured interviews with public authorities, as well as with potential MaaS operators. And we investigated together with them on factors that influence the MaaS regulatory policies and governance models. That happened on the locations of the particular pilots, but not only that. Can we move to the next slide? And I will explain further. So what happened is, from the aggregation of the data analysis that we perform, we try to compare on what is happening between the pilots, and we see so many similarities. So the findings from the pilots and outside the EU mainly provide the implications for European policymakers to consider what is happening, to design and implement a more suitable regulatory, let's say, framework of policies and governance model to support the development of MaaS. What does that mean? That there are several priority issues registered from the in-depth interviews, such as the topics were agreements, the need for new regulation, need some time for re-regulation of what is already existing. What was very important is that they wanted to pinpoint that the policy interventions should be carried out in a participatory process by the involved actors. So meaning the operators, authorities, societies, policymakers, everyone that has to be involved should support a successful MaaS employment and register all the opinions to ensure the trust. So the issue of trust is very important between the MaaS actors. However, from, let's say, a long-term perspective, some of the operators have expected that the EU will impose at some point a concrete standard to the MaaS in the future that might gradually replace the current regulations at the national level. But when we talk on MaaS, we also talk on a cross-border option for MaaS. Therefore, the policy makers have to be prepared, and this is our suggestion, for an evolving process here, to extend, let's say, somehow the existing national regulation to MaaS and then adapt it based on updated EU regulation, as this happened at the time. The most, let's say, possible way for this to happen is to understand that this is an evolving process and take this into account when designing a transport strategy, a plan. Especially this is related to all the new political agendas of the cities related to the Green Deal. So MaaS actors should cooperate and create, let's say, consider the maximum value and promote the businesses. Only if they collaborate, and they have to think about that, but take one step at a time, then they can understand the potential benefits to be delivered for the end users and the cities. Next slide, please. So there is a direct need for new regulation or re-regulation. Why we said that? This has been expressed from the majority, even more than 90% of the interviewees. So the new regulation could help to guide the decision making and the implementation process better, and direct, let's say, in a sort of a way, the rules of cooperation among stakeholders. We have seen that in several occasions where we were asking on them on the specificities of what they require to collaborate, they needed some kind of a sort of an umbrella protection to come from the law, something which is, let's say, time stamped from the law or the authorities. So considering that there are already current established rules and regulation, but they don't fit to the new context. That may require some sort of modification, a re-regulation, to encapsulate all the mass particularities, as we say. So apart from understanding the concept of mass, we need to see the clear division of the roles and the responsibilities for the various stakeholders in order to facilitate the adoption and things moving forward. Specifically, what I mentioned also earlier, that this is not an easy approach, but it's let's say a painstakingly approach. Policies and goals need to be established, ensuring short and long-term goals of what is to be achieved, and then to be mapped bit by bit against some potential impacts. We believe, and this is a suggestion of the project, that this may be an easy way for going to the next day, the mass adoption day. Next slide, please. So something that we also registered from the different interviews is that there are no standards in place, and there is a fragmentation in the data interoperability practices. That has been one of the major issues of collaborating between the different parties, and it is a bit of a worry that everyone on the table has also expressed. So the suggestion from our end is that we need standardized service interfaces and data formats to implement MaaS in a large scale. And these need to be made available on a national level to link different services and provide commonly available mobility platforms, fulfilling what we said at the early start of this webinar on what is MaaS and what MaaS is offering to the user, and the feeling of the one-stop shop principle. Now, also a standardized practice of data exchange and platform cooperation is also required, because we have seen during also the pilots that there was a lack of a standardized API. So the technology issue has been raised, but is a bit more than technology here, is understanding from the side of the policymakers that they should establish standards for the data collection, management, and sharing so as to support this interoperability of data and API fits. We also need to put efforts on defining what types of data can be gathered by MaaS operators and draw a specific code of conduct concerning the data protection and propose a standard certification in this respect. Also, authorities should drive this process, especially on the quality of data and the data storage principles. Next slide, please. Very important and very related to the data is that there is an excess need for data sharing and openness of data. MaaS requires openness. So we need to improve the way the data are shared. Open data are critical to the success of mobility as a service. If we are to provide seriously a true alternative to the current options in mobility and somehow boost the mind shift of changing from car usership to alternative modes, then we need to start understanding why data have to be open. Opening and sharing data includes several aspects, as I mentioned earlier, APIs, different types of ticketing and pricing. So these are all in the umbrella of the data openness. Now, stakeholders have expressed that they still face many issues that make it difficult to create a joined up approach that works for everyone. So this ideally may be driven by the authorities, we could suggest at some level. Now, where the data may be stored, in what way, ensuring the GDPR practices as well, that requires the authorities to have a leverage and in saying, especially on such occasions. Now, the open data overall calls for a different mindset, meaning less reluctant to opening up. That we have to understand that at the end will serve the passengers and providers as well as authorities to access information and offering an insight. Some suggestions that have been expressed at the tete-a-tete discussions is that maybe authorities would be the ones that drive weight data are more openly shared, that in what way and in what quality. So we have also to present this suggestion for recommendation. Next slide, please. So we have to share with you that regulation, re-regulation, and let's say a need for a legality of the mass adoption would eliminate the priority that has been expressed in interviews, which was the need for specific agreements. People, because regulation is not there, and the trust issue is on the way, let's say, and there is a lack of knowledge of mass and lack of trust and fear of the new ways of doing things together, has pushed in a way a consideration on the heads of everyone that specific agreements are necessary to protect the vested, the types of cooperation, the liability aspects that you have seen also earlier on the presentation of Maria. So that is something that policymakers have to take seriously into consideration, because when regulation is putting the correct ground, then the monopoly of specific agreements may work on a different way. So now, let me also inform that one of the main ideas that we registered is the regulatory barriers concern. There is a traditional transport sector policy and regulatory frameworks that should be reviewed and adapted to facilitate the mass implementation. This is a general expression from the side of the audience. We also registered the infrastructural challenges. So authorities should exploit the available technological developments and support the ticketing innovation on their transport networks. Next slide. Next slide, please. It's a bit stuck.
It's already the next slide. It's slide 8. Or do you see slide 7 still?
I am in slide 7 still.
Okay, let me go back and forth.
Yeah, let's
slide 8.
give it. Okay. Is everyone? It's still there. Give it. Just be patient for a minute. All. We have to adapt to this new reality, as you can understand.
So do you see now slide 8?
Nope. So I don't think everybody else sees slide 8. Unfortunately.
I can see slide 8.
I can
You
also
can?
see slide 8, yes.
Conclusion and policy
Okay.
recommendation. Create uniform multimodal. Is it correct?
Okay. I think
Yes,
so.
that's slide 8. It's the last slide, I think.
Okay. And I will open it separately. And Babis will continue the flow because we're concluding anyway. So sorry for that. You know, this will happen until we become perfect. A web type of activities is a requirement these days. Now, finalizing and getting there, we suggest for the creation of uniform multimodal passenger rights. Regulations can resolve gray areas about obligations and liability, and learning from existing MaaS schemes while waiting the forthcoming EC package on protection of passengers in multimodal journeys. Now, Green Deal is already there. There are quite many calls which are open. Nice to hear also from the side of the PO that there would be a continuation from us. So the ones that were present on the event heard also the news earlier. So as part of the Green Deal to promote the use of multimodal transportation, also seeking stronger collaboration among MaaS operators and a more integrated transport planning approach at the urban level. We see a direct benefit also from some countries' new legislation, which is already on the way. You can see more details from the slides that Babis will share later on mobility and their sustainable mobility packages to promote MaaS. I will conclude somewhere here, but from the project you should be awaiting very soon a paper which is very targeted, coming out from the in-depth interviews we have conducted with the partnership. So you may stay tuned with the project. Now we are finalizing the analysis of all the results we have received from the different players. So you are going to hear from us. The project may be finishing up, but we haven't finished up with sharing the information, because a very important aspect that brought us here was, as I said in the beginning, the research curiosity and the business curiosity. And now it's time to distill on the information and the challenges we have collected and share with the outside world and the ones that are interested in MaaS of these interesting outcomes. I would like to thank you all and pass you back to the moderators team. Thank you for your patience, for the slight delay and some problems a bit with the IT issues here, but I think we had something interesting to share with you today, and we will keep you posted in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Thank you very much to all the speakers. We have a last poll for today, and then in case of questions please that have not been answered or that you are waiting for an answer, please share them in the questions in the chat. So the last poll is being presented. So what is the most important thing that MaaS can offer to a post-pandemic world the next 3 to 5 years? So you have another 25% of the people that are still here have voted. We have another 20 seconds. So
63%,
yes.
Let's
another
wait the
10
minutes. 10 seconds.
Yes.
57.
5, 2, 1. You can close the call. 75% voted.
Okay.
So the answers that are most popular are 44% including micromobility for low carbon alternative to car, 28% giving people an easy way to access public transport, 22% reducing the need for physical tickets and ticket machine, and only 6% adding information about social distancing when traveling. So that are interesting results, I would say. Having said that, and having heard the last presentations, we're still waiting for you for questions if you have still some questions that are not have not been answered. Apologies again for the half-an-hour delay in the schedule, but we faced some IT issues in between also. So let's wait another minute for questions if there are any. And I would like here. Yes.
There were questions that were not replied regarding the business models. Tito.
Yes, there are 3 questions pending. Let me check, but the guys that submitted has left. How much did it cost in each city to set up, including research, app development, and marketing? This is a quite tricky question.
Okay.
I don't know if someone is able to reply.
From the business.
Sorry, Joanna. Okay, this is a research and development project, so it's not a commercial project to say that the city is paid for that. But Joanna, have the floor.
They
Yes, I
had a
would like.
particular budget, but Joanna can go in and say more on the information. But average wise, they had the cities had let's say a major share. The call was very specific. We could reach up to the 7 million. So average wise, we divided the budget on horizontal activities and as a share to the cities, but the cities themselves also invested on effort, and this is translated to money. Joanna, you want to comment on that?
Yes, I wanted to add something because I thought that this question came from the business model presentation, because in some slides I presented something about the costs that the MaaS operator has in order to provide the service. So this research, as Vivian said, these research costs were covered by the project, but in our methodology, because we would not have data to compute the other investment costs for the MaaS system, we just considered the operational costs in order to, for example, to buy the capacity from the mobility service providers and then provide the MaaS product to the user. So this is the assumption in order to calculate the variable costs and then say if the product is viable or not based on the willingness to pay from the individuals.
Okay, thank you. There is another question maybe for you. Any idea why the willingness to pay for taxis is lower than for public transport?
Yeah, the willingness to pay I presented in this slide is in a different unit for its mobility service. So for the public transportation is for a monthly pass, for example, in Greater Manchester. But for the taxi service, it is the willingness to pay an additional trip of taxi. So this is why we see this difference, because it is not on the same basis. It is not on a monthly basis.
Okay.
So this is reasonable. Have a higher willingness to pay for public transport for a monthly pass in comparison with a taxi trip.
Okay, one last question, maybe for Vivian. Do you think that the lessons learned about interoperability and cross-border usage can be used in the next months to harmonize quarantine information, COVID testing results, and traveling information? For example, compulsory masks on public transport?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we believe that that's why we said that we would not, let's say, enclose the information, dump them in a shelf and never be used, because the majority of the interviews took place during the COVID era, meaning that the need for on-demand services was growing more and more in alliance with other projects that they were running at the time, that they were giving more specialized services to users with special needs. We see that we have to consider also this angle from MaaS. And why is this so important, especially on the areas that we tested MaaS between Luxembourg and the cross-border countries with Luxembourg? We see that there is a huge inflow of people that comes every morning to work, and they leave in the afternoon, or they reside near the borders. So this is, let's say, one of the main priorities to be considered by the policymakers. And our plan is to share the outputs of the findings. I think they already moved towards the end as well themselves. So yes, they are very interesting information, the ones we have received. Yes, they should be prioritized, and yes, they should consider a way to, let's say, harmonize this cross-border traveling of people, because it has been registered that they are, let's say, worried on how this will be materialized. Who will ensure my trip? how I'm protected with what I pay on one country and the service to be delivered in the next country. If an accident happens, how am I covered? All these aspects, they have to be safeguarded and ensured by targeted regulatory, let's say, changes. I hope I answered to the question. And anyhow, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we have to keep up, if people are interested, in this communication. It's an open communication. We also will try to do with the Commission, pass all the information in the form of papers or white reports. This is the next target of the researchers on board. Thank you.
Okay, there are no more questions. So
No, thank you very much.
Half an hour later, so we can close.
Thank
We
you
hope
very much.
it's worth it. Be well. Take care.
Be well.
Have a nice rest of the day.
Bye. Thank
Stay
you.
safe.
Thank
Enjoy.
you, everybody, for joining.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. I'm closing the webinar.